Jared Logan in Joe O'Brien.
Oh, it's the grand finale.
Oh, how grand
Final
it is.
episode. And in this episode, Jared and Joe get married.
Finally.
And is there a baby on the way? You got to do something big for the finale,
right.
You know?
You have to, got to leave them wanting more. Perhaps down the line. Glass Cannon Radio 2, following the child's attempt to start a show.
Don't tease them. Don't tease them. They're going to be like, oh, it's coming back with a part 2. It's not. This is over.
No hope. No hope.
But we have planned an extra long economy size. Wait, is economy size smaller or larger?
It's smaller. It's efficient. It's small and efficient.
Deluxe jumbo size.
Yes, grossly
episode of
oversized.
Glass Cannon Radio today. I got a big coffee, although I'm already down to the final third of it.
You started early today.
I did. You know what this is? This is a Thai iced coffee. Have you ever had a Thai iced coffee?
I believe I have, yes.
There's cardamom in it. I don't know what cardamom is, but it tastes delicious.
Awesome.
Joe, I'm getting the info that you are muted on Discord, and I love that we are going out the way we came in.
That's right, baby.
Making technical errors.
Well, hey, I don't know if
speech errors. I couldn't say the word error. Go ahead.
We talked a little bit about when we said the show was going to go off the air, and we talked a little bit about how much goes into the show and how much production it utilizes and stuff to make the show. And in the grand scheme of things, especially versus, like our fully produced actual play shows, this does not take as much in terms of preparation, execution, all that kind of stuff. However, there are a million little tiny knobs and buttons that you have to hit every episode to make this all work right live. And sometimes you miss some. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, it happens. We are so happy to be coming at you one more time. We've got a big jam-packed show filled with guests, and we're going to be talking about all kinds of really fun things. First of all, we are going to get to our book club, our final book club. And I can't wait to see how people react to the novella Red Nails by Robert E. Howard, a Conan adventure. Then, in honor of this show's imminent death, we are going to talk about character death. What does it mean? What does it mean at your table? We want you to weigh in on that. Then our guests, we'll see what people bring. People are going to show up. People are going to bring some things they'd like to talk about. We know at least 2 people are waiting in the wings, so we can't wait to see what our guests bring to talk about today. Then, guys, we got to do a final Beat McD, everybody.
Yes.
And I'm not even going to tell you the topic yet. But we will.
It'll be in the second half of the show.
It'll be in the second half of the show.
Hour 3, hour 4, yeah.
Yeah, because we're doing like 4 hours today. And then finally, a heartfelt goodbye. Now we have a contest question for both halves of the show, the first 2 hours and like the second 2 hours.
That's
so
right.
We are going to go ahead.
2 awesome prizes today.
Yeah,
two awesome
prizes. 2 different prizes. Joe, why don't you let them know where those prizes are?
I'm only going to let you know one so far.
One of them.
Actually, no, I got to let
one.
you know in case that you want to come back later. If 4 hours is a lot, maybe you have to come and go. So for part 1, our first contest question, pardon me, is going to be related to character death. Of course, it's going to be greatest death in fiction. Now, there's a lot of interpretations of that. We leave that interpretation open. Is it how epic the death is? Is it how important the death is? Is it how good the scene is surrounding the death? It could mean anything. Whatever it means to you, come up and tell us with the greatest death in fiction, and we'll pick a winner from there. And that winner is going to get the newly released The One Ring starter set.
Yes, this isn't the old starter set.
This isn't the original starter set.
I think you've seen played on Glass Cannon Network. This is the new starter set.
Right, so the original starter set was just hobbits and Hobbiton dealing with Hobbit issues. And the new starter set is, I believe, it's like you're met by a mysterious hunter at the Inn in Bree, and you're sent on an adventure. So
awesome.
Really, really cool stuff in this new starter set. And I actually have it in Free League's version and in the 5e version, and I'm going to send the winner both. So you can decide however you want to play it, you and your friends, or if you want to give the other one away to somebody, feel free. So that'll be our contest winner. I'm not going to give the second contest question yet. We'll come to that later in the show. But the final contest winner, the final prize of Glass Cannon Radio, it's got to go out with a bang, is going to be off the hook, in my opinion. We're going to give away an actual hard copy of the Starfinder 2E Player Core.
That's
a
awesome.
2E Player Core for Starfinder 2E, along with...
I still need to get that.
I know. Along with Murder in Metal City.
Holy shit, that looks awesome.
A deluxe adventure for Starfinder 2E box set. Comes with everything you need to run this phenomenal new adventure along with your Starfinder 2E game. So a fantastic finale prize.
Unfortunately, I'm disqualified.
That's right. You are disqualified.
I want to remind everybody, greatest death in fiction. Let's not do greatest death in reality. That could get controversial.
Yes, let's not. No nonfiction deaths.
We avoid controversy on this show, except for our staunch pro-Palestine stance.
Jesus Christ, Jared. We've never mentioned it before. He has to, on the way out the door, just set fire to everything as he's going.
Okay. That was a joke, mostly. Interpret it however you want, actually. So let's jump right in, because even though we got 4 hours, I think... as usual, our final segments will be like fighting to get them done in 4 hours.
Yeah, even with all
That's
this
just
time,
how
we
we
have
do it.
so much to talk about, and I think more importantly, so many phenomenal guests joining us throughout the day. And some of them are what we call in the business punctual.
Yes.
They are here early and on time, and hopefully want to join us in our book club. So let's slowly get everybody up here. But first, I'd love to get them on Discord. So first, we're going to bring up to the stage here, good buddy and founder of the GCN, along with me, Matthew Capodicasa.
Oh,
Yo,
wow.
buddy.
Hey, what's up, Matthew?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great. Are you recording yourself locally?
Yes, I am.
All right. Last time Matthew was on, he forgot that detail.
Incredible.
I know. You didn't know he was here. It was a nice surprise. Yeah. Matthew, thank you so much for coming by early. I appreciate it. That's awesome.
I am very excited for this book club, not mostly because I think I know who one of our other guests is going to be.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Could you potentially be talking about the publisher at Paizo Inc., the one and only Erik Mona? Erik!
Hey!
Oh, hey, buddy. How are you? Fantastic. You are not on Discord. What is your Discord name? Oh, that's right. I remember that now. I Quander. I'm hearing like an echo. Are you guys hearing an echo on?
Yeah.
Yeah, weird. Why don't you go back and reboot the Audacity, and we'll bring you back on, and I'll get you up on Discord in the meantime. We'll have you back on in a second.
Yes. Finishing the book as we start the show, just the way Joe O'Brien likes to do it.
I'm also doing that. I'm at the end. I get it. I know what's going to happen.
Amazing. Well, like we said, technical difficulties are part of the, Discord is just, it's not the best organized to find, one person in a large audience, especially when they use code names. But we've got another fantastic guest in here bright and early to talk Conan with us. And I still haven't found him on Discord. I'll find him at some point. But welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen, Robert Kerkovich.
All right.
Rob. Let's go. Buddy. What is best in life?
What's up, dude? Are you in Discord?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what is your name in Discord?
Tiny Sucka, baby.
It is Tiny Sucka. Okay.
Tiny Sucka.
Tiny Sucka, baby. Rob and I played a little Borderlands 4 yesterday on stream. It was so much fun. And you're up here now. All right, great.
Yeah.
Terrific. But your mic is muted in Discord. If you could unmute that.
Okay.
All right. So, let's try to get Erik back on. Erik, welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show.
I'm not hearing any crickets. Oh, wait.
No, There's some weird echo happening. This wasn't happening in pre-show. Erik was here pre-show. Maybe it's Discord? I don't know. Yeah. So you're getting speaker sound coming out? Yeah, maybe you got to try to find a way to route it right into just your headphones. I don't know. It's every time you talk. That's the weird thing.
No, that's not what we want.
That's not what we want. I'll tell you what, man. Worst case scenario, we could just have you in Discord. But let's see here. Looking for you on Ike Wonder. Anyway, Jared, why don't you start us off talking? Give a little intro to our book club book of the month here, and then we'll get the conversation underway as I work with Erik here on tech.
All right. So we read Red Nails, a Conan adventure by Robert E. Howard, originally published in Weird Tales magazine all the way back in the year 1936. So Robert E. Howard, he's the creator of Conan, as well as a lot of other great characters like Solomon Kane, Bran MacMorn, and others that I won't mention right now. And, he is a pulp writer. So this, I thought, was a quintessential example of a pulp story. Robert E. Howard, kind of an interesting guy. He lived his whole life in Texas. He was an amateur boxer. His favorite writers, according to some stuff I researched, were people like Jack London, Rudyard Kipling, and things were a bit different in the 30s. He started finding writing success at age 23. When I was finding success at taking monster bong hits. He was getting published in magazines. And unfortunately, he died at the age of 30. And he took his own life, which is very sad. And part of that was because his mother was very ill and had entered a coma that they thought she would never come out of. And so I think he decided to go be with her, is sort of the rationale people give him. We can talk more about him in a moment because he's a very interesting guy. But let's talk about the story. This is a Conan story. It takes place in the Hyborian Age, a sort of a world that Robert Howard built that is supposed to predate our own world, but I think also is still part of it. But then again, I think Middle Earth was also supposed to be like early Earth or something like that. Anyway, every place in the age of the Hyborian Age is like a analog to a country or region of our own world, but at like a more ancient time. So there's like Kitai, which is China, and there is Stygia, which is kind of like Egypt. And there are equivalents for India, Afghanistan, all of these different places. So that Robert Howard could kind of add a little bit of historical detail, very loose historical detail, to his Conan stories. So all of that said, let's get into that's all the background. Let's get into this specific story. How do we feel about this story? Maybe we talk about the prose style first. What do you guys think of like just the writing? Like, did you think it was literature?
I'll kick it to Matthew. I'll let Matthew start. Let Matthew weigh in on the writing. Matthew, your thoughts?
I mean, I feel like Pulp Central was my reaction to it. Pulp Central. Yeah. It's like, a lot of adverbs describing speech and
so many adverbs.
A lot of verbifying, like making a verb out of a noun. I think my favorite was anathematize.
My favorite adverb was gurglingly. Gurglingly.
That said, I feel like that's kind of the pleasure of this kind of thing, right? It is entertaining in and of itself. It is. That said, when you said Jack London and Rudyard Kipling, I was like, right, duh. That feels very much in their vein.
Yeah. Yeah,
I never read any of them, unfortunately. I never read any Jack London. I feel like I would like Jack London stuff. It's like outdoorsy stuff, right? Like
White
stuff.
Fang.
I feel like I'd enjoy it, and I enjoyed the prose in this. I enjoyed the writing style. I did think that a lot of adjectives too, like so many adjectives in every sentence for everything, and it was not a style that I'm used to, just in terms of the structure of sentences and stuff like that. But I did enjoy it. I thought that it was well written in that respect. I'd say it was well written. Definitely, I had the images, right? Like the images were very evocative and very clear to me. Rob, you are a Conan fan, right? You've read a lot of Conan, or
no?
More of
and also, I haven't even read this book. But
okay.
I wanted to get in on this conversation because I've been reading a different Conan book. Coincidentally, I went to a flea market and found Conan the Adventurer, and that had several stories in it. So I read the first one of that, which is called People of the Black Circle. We won't get into it, but
that's also so when we first
yes, that one.
There it is.
Eric's got it.
Amazing. So when we first went into that, we looked at what are the most popular of all time? What are the kind of quintessential ones? And that one comes up.
Yeah,
that one is essential.
I just finished that a couple weeks ago. Found out you guys were doing this. It blew my mind. I'm in the second story of that. So I feel like we could still, chat Conan. But yeah, I was like, I watched those first two movies a million times as a kid. I'm kind of low key into the Jason Momoa movie, mostly because of the intense.
That is it. You are a true fan if you like the Jason Momoa movie.
Listen, when he rips somebody's nose off and then interrogates them by jamming his two fingers into their nose holes, and then shoots them out of a catapult, you got me. Count me as a fan. And then I was also super into the Marvel did a recent run with Jason Aaron writing.
That was great.
Sweet. Yeah.
And Conan is a character who is not only represented in literature, but also really well represented in comics, because I remember really liking the Kurt Busiek, Cary Nord Dark Horse run of Conan. And then, of course, there's also a classic Marvel run that was printed in the 70s.
Yeah. Plus our buddy the Zubster is writing for them now. So, or not Marvel, wherever it is now. I can't remember where its new home is.
Yeah, he's writing the Conan comic now, Jim Zub. So
yeah, so yeah. But in terms of his prose, it blew me away. Like, I wasn't expecting to be as graphically violent as at least the story I read was. It's like. You go into it, it's like, it's 1930s. They're going to dance around some of this stuff. And he's like, its guts spilled forth in a splash of crimson, and you're like, yes, let's go. And in terms of word choices, like you guys were talking about, he said this many times. I don't know if this is in your book, but the word ensorcelled is now my favorite.
Yeah.
Anytime magic is involved, something has been ensorcelled.
I love that word. I use it to a little too much in regular life. People will look at me quizzically and be like, "What?" I just love it. It's
Some would
such a
say
great
that
word.
Glass Cannon
the other
Radio
day
ensorcelled the masses.
Yeah. Well,
or some people
ensorcelled a fraction of the masses.
A small fraction, yes.
A small but mighty fraction. Erik Mona, you've already held up a couple different Conan books, and I think maybe your audio's in better shape. Let's hear it.
I hope so. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
You sound
there
great.
There are no crickets. Yes, excellent.
So is this, you mentioned to me that you had not read Red Nails. Did you have a chance to read Red Nails?
Yes, I did. I've read a ton of Conan over the years. Much more in the 15 to 20 years ago phase. And so it was kind of fun to come back to the prose with like 20 more years of professional editing and writing, behind me.
Right.
And it was interesting. And there were some things I really loved. And there were some things that I was like, okay. But one of the things I love about Howard's writing in general, and I like him as a writer. I think it's a nice mix of that sort of, I guess I'd see that's like a Jack London thing where it's like matter of fact kind of prose, but then he also lavishes in the crazy pulp era adjectives and descriptions and stuff. And I kind of like that personally. And I think that he does a great job writing action, his fight scenes are maybe the best, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm open to other samples, but I love it. And there was one, I thought the topic of his writing might come up. So there was one little section that I don't even know if it's that special, but I thought the way that he put it was really cool. It's when he's Conan is fighting one of the monsters in this story, and it was cool that the story had monsters. I like that too.
Yeah.
And in the phrase he says, he leaped, slashing like a wildcat, felt his sword cut deeply into the scales that sheathed the mighty snout. And then a terrific impact knocked him rolling and tumbling for 50 feet, with all the wind and half the life battered out of him. I just thought that was pretty rad, you know? So a lot of little moments like that. I you know, obviously this is a story, and most of his work was done 100 years ago at this point in time. So there are dated elements here and there, but like, man, there's nothing like a Bob Howard story to get that primal blood flowing, and you know,
you just immediately start doing push-ups.
It kind of pulls you into that world. Have you guys seen the movie, The Whole Wide World? I think it's called. It's about Conan, and who's the guy who plays the Kingpin?
D'Onofrio plays him. I have seen this,
and I'd have to watch it again before I would sort of vouch whether it's a good movie or not. I seem to remember it was a pretty good movie, but the bits where they show him writing.
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just accidentally knocked you out of the Discord stage. So just if you could come back real quick.
Okay,
Joe,
rude.
Dude, I literally just went to click over
incisive.
to the Discord window and make sure I was reading chat and everything, and I knocked Eric out like in one click.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Sorry about that.
Okay. So anyway, the cool thing about the movie, the coolest thing for me, there's a few scenes where they show D'Onofrio playing Bob Howard writing Conan, and he's like standing up at his typewriter and like chopping at it with his whole fists, and he's narrating it. Conan came through the slaked, blood-stained walls and attacked it with his sword, slicing few from leg, you know, and he's just shouting it out. And I don't know if that's how Robert Howard actually wrote Conan, and I think he called him Conan as well, which is that South Texas kind of accent. But like, I love that. Just the mythology of like the writer just hammering the shit out. And he's as excited to write it as we are to read it.
Yeah.
I've got
he's literally banging out the story.
Literally. I really think it's interesting that Robert Howard wrote these stories because, you know, they always have these exotic locales. They have this incredible sexuality to them. I mean, they're heavy on sex. And Robert Howard, by all accounts, was a guy that lived his entire life in Texas.
Like one town.
Yeah, well, he moved around when he was young, but then he was in Cross Plains for most of his adult life, which was short. He was a really huge mama's boy. You know, he lived with his mother. He worshipped and doted on his mother, and he didn't have a lot of relationships. You know, and to me, I just see so many parallels with Lovecraft too, who was kind of like sickly and lived with his aunts and didn't get out a lot, but wrote these stories about these far-flung locations, you know, Antarctica, England, like, you know, and really used writing to kind of explore the world, but from the point of view of a shut-in. Well,
it makes sense that they were buddies too, weren't they?
They were correspondents. Yeah. I mean, Robert Howard, you know, he was a man's man in some ways. He was a boxer. He was an amateur boxer, but yeah, there's definitely like this sort of mentality of someone who is kind of exploring the world purely in their mind, you know? I don't know.
Toby, our friend of the show, Toby, said Howard kept telling Lovecraft that Conan could beat all of his eldritch horrors. And it does, it brings up a thought in my mind, which, having never read any Conan before reading Red Nails, there were two big takeaways that I had from it from a just pure story perspective, which was one, I was really enjoying the simplicity of how unbelievably strong and powerful he is. Like it was kind of refreshing because so now we are so focused as a society in terms of the fiction that we consume and stuff and the media that we consume in showing flaws and anti-heroes and people that are struggling and I love that. That's all great and it makes sense in our world right now and everything. But like it was refreshing to be like this guy can't be beat and he's constantly talking about the texture of his muscles and how everything that hits his muscles bounces off and stuff.
I know. Late in the story, they're like, just to remind you guys, his pecs look like this. And you're like, okay, got it.
Wait, it's not just the strength, though. It's so there's the strength, there's the knowledge of all languages and all plant life and every far-flung corner of the world. There's his supernatural hearing that can detect steps in rooms far away of a specific creature that no one else can hear.
That's right.
It was phenomenal to have like a real, true, mythic hero story to read. And the other thing I took away from it, from RPG game playing, like playing a Pathfinder game, is the barbarian. Like, I have not played a lot of barbarians. I have certain thoughts on barbarians in terms of like classic tropes, right, of barbarians. There was some really clear stuff in here to me that was interesting. And one of those was, if there was a downside at all to Conan, right, to Conan, it's like how wild he is. And it was interesting. There was one paragraph, I didn't bring it out, I apologize, but there's one paragraph where he describes how Conan understands the monster. Like he understands the beast because of the beast within him. And he kind of can understand how the beast operates and how its rage and savagery works because the same rage and savagery is like contained within him. And I was like, that's a very cool concept that I want to try to one day, bring to a barbarian, that sort of animal, that connection to animals that goes beyond just like being friendly to them and extends to being like one of them, like an animal, operating like an animal. Anyway, I thought that was interesting.
I really like, part of his larger than life thing is that he's also been and done everything. And,
God, it was so amazing. He was like once the king of something, another time
he's going to be, they were like, maybe I'll be the king one day, right?
I don't see why not.
So Valyria, the Valyria, the Doctor Who companion of this story, because almost all the stories he has some kind of companion. She actually says, well, you've done everything, because he's mentioning, I've been a thief, I've been a mercenary, I've been a pirate. But the thing is, if you read the other stories, he really does all of those things. Like there's a story where he's a pirate. There's a story where he's a mercenary. And the very first Conan story, he is the king of Aquilonia. So they're not in chronological order in the way that they were published and written. But, that reference to I could be the king one day, I don't see why not, that actually does happen in the stories. And it's also in the movies, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Both movies end with Schwarzenegger like on like a clearly like a soundstage that's just got a fog machine going, but he looks fucking awesome and he's wearing a crown and it's just like
on a throne.
And like Mako is giving a little teaser about what's going to happen later.
So let's come back to Red Nails. Let's come back to this story. Were you guys intrigued at all by the central plot device, which was sort of like a hidden city in the jungle, right? That was kind of the vibe, a hidden city in the jungle, and you come upon these people that have been trapped there for centuries and are warring with each other. What stood out to you? What did you like? What didn't you like about the kind of the plot structure? Matthew, I know you just read it. Anything stand out to you about it?
I mean, it feels like such a classic setup, right? Where you drop your pulp heroes in the middle of a feud, and also I could see the RPG writing echoes of it, right? Where it's like, we've encountered this kind of sticky scenario that needs someone to go in and like knock some skulls together or do diplomacy, though that's not Conan's thing, and then see what happens. The thing I kept thinking about was Red Harvest, the Dashiell Hammett
Sure. Red Harvest again. Yeah, two factions against each other. How about Yojimbo? Yojimbo. There's a lot of adventure stories where you're a lone hero. I mean, a few dollars more or whatever, a fistful of dollars.
That's just Yojimbo, right? Yeah. So
it's just Yojimbo. Yeah.
The thing I kept thinking about too is like there's like a Twilight Zone-y quality to it too, where there's a little bit of social commentary going on. Like the war has consumed these two factions to the point that they don't actually know if anyone's alive or dead. Like they don't know if there's only like a dozen people over on the other side or two, or what. And it's kind of like the war has become their entire culture.
Yeah. That was interesting how it is their entire culture, and also how little they know about the current state of the enemy, because they only see them in these like sort of guerrilla feuds that happen out in different parts of the city. I had a hard time imagining the city. Of all the things that were so well described, I had kind of a hard time imagining where people were physically.
It wasn't really a city, was it? It was kind of like a big domed complex palace thing.
It's an enclosed city. Yeah, the whole city.
It kept saying city, but it seemed like one large building. That's kind of a city that was one large building, and they were on different sides of it, and they would meet and have these skirmishes in hallways and stuff like that, which was interesting.
In the eerie green light of the fire gems.
Yes.
That's right. The eerie green light of the fire gems. Eric, it looks like you wanted to say something.
You're talking about like the structure of the story, the sort of setting of the story. I mean, I think one thing that's kind of impossible to escape when you're reading these Howard stories, they were all published in pulp magazines. They almost all kind of fill a slot. It's like, oh, this is the pirate story. This is the one where he's a king. This is very clearly tying into a genre that was very popular around the turn of the century in the pulps. This was published in like 36, 37. So this is actually a little bit later than I would have anticipated. This is what was called at the time a lost race story, which is just, and they're almost always in a jungle. They're either in South America or Africa, or thinly veiled parallel of those. And lo and behold, there's some giant city that is from ancient times. It was made by someone who is not the current inhabitants. There's some challenging race elements to some of that stuff, but just that idea of sort of coming out of the wilderness to this unexpected throwback to ancient times. You see that in the Tarzan stories. You see that in pulps like Argosy and Adventure, which is, I think, the lifeblood of guys like, Bob Howard reading as he was younger. So I really read this as like, this is Robert Howard's Conan Lost Race story. And if you've read a bunch of that stuff, there are elements of formula that kind of come in. And so I do think that this, to me, it was like once I clocked what I was reading, it was like, oh, okay, so here's what's going to happen. There's going to be a couple of factions. You're going to read the word degenerate a lot. And, and sure enough, boom, 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 like all the sort of tropes come out. You don't notice them perhaps as much because you're kind of caught up in the prose or caught up in Conan's character or whatever, but this to me feels very much like sort of Howard going to the list of tropes and going, yes, lost race, I've done that, now it's time to do my Horse Clans book or whatever it is next, and and I think that's how these editors were like, it's, you pitch them, hey, I'm going to do a Sword and Planet story, like this one called Elmeric that Rob Howard did, and it's basically John Carter of Mars, go to a different planet. And so there are a handful of these sort of stock plots, essentially. And I with all respect, I do think this fits very firmly in that sort of category.
Absolutely.
Doesn't make it worse by any means, but it's just notable to me. It's like, oh yes, the Conan Lost story. I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's definitely retrograde attitudes about race. But Conan, no matter where he goes, when he encounters civilization, he's disgusted by their decadence and all their laws.
The captain, king, army ruler, commander, everything. He's pretty civilized, but nope.
In the one that I read, his traveling companion is a woman, obviously, and she is like a duchess or a queen or something, and she's in these like royal robes, and then at some point they have to like put her in disguise, so she has to trade clothes with like a townie.
Classic.
And once she's wearing like burlap pants or whatever, then Conan's like, yes, now I see you. Like he like respects her. He's like, before you were untouchable, now you are a woman.
Well, now we can get into the sexual politics of the whole thing now too.
Let's do it.
Which is like
Who's going to defend him?
Conan's definitely looking, isn't he? I mean, the male gaze in this story is off the charts.
He devours her with his gaze in one scene.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's funny because, you know,
he gives up his entire life, runs his horse into the ground, and just to follow her. And then she's like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely it's complicated because even though so much attention is paid to her body, and I think the word supple is used at least 5 times. At the same time, the character is given a lot of, I feel like, agency. We see from her point of view sometimes.
Is this Valeria that you're talking about?
Valeria, yeah. She's a fighter. She's an
absolute
a lot of enemies
kicker
on her own. Yeah,
she's the best fighter besides Conan. You know, among
her cinematic equivalent was, I think, my first crush was a child, Sandahl Bergman.
Of course.
Man.
Yeah,
who wants to live forever?
Yeah.
Does wine drip down her naked breasts at one point? Yes, it does.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it does.
I was a little early and often. There's very much attention paid to the bosom. There's a lot of talk about the bosom. And I was like, oh my God. And then like by the end, I was like, you know, it's starting to even out how many times he discusses Conan's bosom. Like it literally refers to it as his bosom.
Yeah, let's not get it wrong. A lot of attention is paid to Conan's body as well.
It really is.
Bodies in general. There's also the really 2025 scene where Valeria is almost drugged and instead just strips her would-be assailant naked and flogs her for a while.
Oh, spanks her. That was a good scene. That the Conan stories are precursors to a lot of things. And one thing I think you could even make an argument for is that they are a precursor to the romantasy genre. You know, like the kind of like today really popular books, ACOTAR, about fairies spanking each other and giving each other HJs and BJs. You know,
what's this called again? Let me write this one down.
A Court of Thorn and Roses. Only the most popular example of that genre. You know, Conan stories being pulps, they had that prurient sort of aspect to them. The literature today might give the women more agency and it might be more equitable in terms of who's making a move on who, you know, controlling who in the bedroom. These pulp stories, you know, they were very much targeted only at young men. I feel like, you know, that's who bought these magazines. Erik is shaking his head. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, no, I think you're probably right, but I just want to make sure that in the broad strokes, we're not sort of erasing the fact that there were a bunch of women writers participating in this as well. People like C.L. Moore, Lee Brackett, Margaret St. Clair. You know, there's just a pretty long list. So I think you're right. It's very male gazy, very aimed at kind of men, and like, I don't know, maybe RPGs back in the 80s where it's like, yeah, it's 89% dudes. I'm guessing it was, but I do think it's important to point out that there were women readers and, very importantly, women writers at that time as well.
Yeah.
Why don't
Erik,
we take a caller? Let's take a caller real quick. And Matthew,
I have a question for Erik.
Yeah.
Wait, real quick.
Please.
Have you ever published Robert Howard? Because
I republished this book, Almuric.
Whoa.
Which was part of the Planet Stories line, and this is basically sort of a John Carter of Mars type story where a human gets sort of pulled up to a savage planet, but it's a guy named Esau Cairn who's like very much in that Conan mode of like, I've always had supernatural senses connected to my turning away from civilization. And so it's like, what happens when you send basically it's modern, but what happens when you send kind of a barbarian to, a different planet? And it's pretty fun. I mean, I quite enjoy that. But yeah, that was the Howard story that we were published in the Old Planet Stories line.
I love that one.
Around the same
Very
time.
cool.
Awesome. Let's take a caller. Let's get somebody up here to talk with us about the book, if you'd like to. Ad Astra, you want to join in the conversation here? Man, what a guest panel to hop on with. Ad Astra, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we got you. How's it going, man?
It's going great. So I didn't read the book. Sorry.
Cool.
As
cool.
Jared, an illiterate moron. But I had to get in on this contest. Very good contest question.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang up.
God damn it.
You've got to have read the book. You can't just go like, hey, I want to get in on the contest.
Wait, does this mean
have you ever read any Conan at all?
He hung up. Oh,
He hung up.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Have you ever read any Conan at all?
No, I haven't. Like I said, illiterate.
All right.
All right, Ad Astra, give us your answer for best death in fiction.
Well, it's super appropriate what you chose for the prize, because I would choose Gandalf.
Gandalf. That's a good one.
Gandalf.
Falling to the Balrog is amazing. You know, a character who you think is just indestructible, so wise, so powerful, and then he gets got. Peter Jackson.
Yeah, but then he ends up being indestructible.
Yeah, then he comes back to life, but it is a good death. That's a great death. And a fantastic answer that I'm not going to pick because you didn't read the story.
Jared, why don't you give us an answer here on best deaths in fiction? Do you have an answer?
Jeez, wow.
You didn't prepare one?
I didn't prepare one. I just think of John Malkovich's death in Con Air, which is kind of like a crazy Wile E. Coyote sort of.
That is a great death.
Bizarre, ultra-violent, flying through the air kind of a death. If you can look up the YouTube, if there's a YouTube of that death, you gotta see it.
Set aside 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna take a big one off the board because I don't want it to be an easy win. I'm gonna take Ned Stark. Take Ned Stark off the board.
That's a big one.
And for me, it's because the way the scene is done in the book,
he dies.
Yes, and it is an Arya chapter, and you're seeing it from her perspective in the crowd. It's so well written. You're so far from Ned at the time, and then the twist of how quickly Joffrey turns on a dime in that scene is just amazing. Like and you're watching Ned confess to his crimes, which he knows he didn't do, and he's losing all of his honor, everything just to save his daughters. And then Joffrey just turns around and does it, and it's so fast and jarring when you're reading it. It's just amazing. Great death scene. All right, let's. Does anybody actually want to talk about the book? DeSicchio, did you read the book? Come on, you're a reader. You're an academic.
I did indeed.
You did? All right.
All right.
I wanted to bring up what somebody else mentioned in the Discord, which was that Roger Comstone is basically the Conan of your network.
Yeah. Good point.
I did not come up with that. I have to go back and find it. But like I saw that, I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's great. That's good. What did you think of Red Nails?
I thought it was a fun read. I appreciated the fact that it was short and quick. It got the story done in just a very palatable. Like I literally started it just 2 days ago because I just got back from a 2-week vacation, and it didn't feel like I was trying to cram, and yet it was still enjoyable throughout it.
Yeah, it also has a very brisk pace. You know, you never feel like nothing's happening. In fact, you might even criticize too much is happening. A lot happens in a short amount of time in this story.
Well, probably because he was writing it for like a magazine.
Right.
Right, exactly.
It's no fluff time.
You have that, from the moment, I think you open with Valeria's perspective, and she's just sort of seeing the city in the distance, and it's like, what is that? And she hears like something rustling in the bushes, and it's Conan. And then very shortly after that, they're being attacked by a freaking dragon dinosaur thing. And then they're on the run, and then the city, it's like there's all this conflict. So it really just, it keeps popping.
And just like in an RPG campaign, they get attacked at night while they're going to sleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's not even a rest.
How about the gallantry that you would never see in an RPG session of one member of the party keeping watch the entire night?
The entire night.
Well, but don't forget, Conan explains that he doesn't even really need to sleep.
Probably. Right, exactly. I like the way he said that. It was basically like I was a Cossack and I slept in the saddle. My eyes sleep while my ears remain alert for danger or something like that.
Yeah.
All right. What a badass. He's also so gallant. Here's something you don't see in a lot of RPG scenarios. He's so gallant that when they're running away from a creature, he makes sure to slip his arm around the waist of his female companion to make her run even faster than she would have been able to under her own power, which I thought was a really big move.
And then he throws her 50 feet in the distance to turn around and face the monster.
Yeah.
Just amazing. All right, DeSicchio, give us a great death in fiction.
Saw it when I was a kid, stuck with me all the years. In Raiders of the Lost Ark, the Nazi who gets melted.
Yes.
Oh, that's a great one. And I believe that Nazi's name is Major Tot. Is that Major Tot whom we see melt? I love Raiders.
Yeah, that one sticks with
Raiders.
Yeah, you know what? It's so funny you say that. That's exactly what jumps out to me too. It's like how much that's burned into my head as a kid when I first saw it. It was so shocking and jarring.
It's a PG movie, and you're like, okay, I'll just sit down at 2 p.m. in the family room, and oh my god,
and oh my god. All right, let's get Rodith up here. Rodith, I believe, read the book. You better have, Rodith. Good to have you back on the show. Weigh in here on the book. Oh wait, Rodith, what's going on, man? You were just chatting a second ago. Stepped away for a second. Infinite Diversity. Did you read Red Nails?
Yeah.
The Conan story.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Finished it last night. I mean, it's like my third time reading the book. I'm a big fan of Robert E. Howard's
awesome
work. I like actually reading Howard and reading Conan stories and Elric, sort of like in parallel to sort of contrast, like, like the big brutish, like elemental force of Conan and just like, I guess what would be, I would like to term the anti-Conan, like, Moorcock wrote like in Elric. So,
I'm so happy you brought up Elric because we've never gotten to talk about Elric on the show. Elric is my favorite fantasy character. Great. Elric is a character by Michael Moorcock, British author, who also is a wonderful author who wrote all kinds of characters. But I happen to remember what was on the back of my paperback of Elric of Melniboné. Which the back of the paperback said, in the land of sorceress Melniboné, Elric sits upon the ruby throne, an albino kept alive by drugs and magic. His is a path few would choose willingly. Eternal adventure. That was what was on the back of the paper. Awesome. But you're right, he is an anti-Conan, right? He's like frail and weak and only his sword. Yeah.
He was literally designed as such by Moorcock. He set out to make the opposite
awesome.
Conan.
I ended up reading those for the first time because Jared, I had 2 Gen Cons ago, I went out to dinner with Jared and Clint Trucks, and they were like, read this book. I was like, okay. Yeah. And then went home and crushed them. They were amazing.
Great. Yeah, I mean, it's so much an anti-Conan that Elric even comes from one of those decadent, degenerate races. That's his point of view. He's from one of those lost cities.
It's funny. It's funny reading Red Nails and then reading the first Cyberpunk novel. It's like, oh, it's like Moorcock says. Well, I can imagine Moorcock like reading Red Nails. Like, well, you know what? I'm going to write a response to this and like base my character like in like the lost civilization, make him completely decadent, and it's really fun.
Not to mention how fucking trippy they are. They're so cool.
Oh yeah.
Infinite Diversity. Give us a great character death in fiction.
Oh, Hans Gruber and Die Hard.
Yes.
Yeah,
that is a good one.
Building. Oh my god, I can watch.
Oh, so sorry, I kicked you off, but great answer.
Such some great answers so far.
Yeah, I know. I like when, sometimes we come up with these questions and we're like, wait, are there going to be like a lot of good answers or only a couple really great answers, or, what's the difference going to be? And this one was, I didn't realize how hard this one's going to be to decide between. We have got another guest entering the melee. We have another guest entering the fray. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one, the only, Paula Deming.
All right. Hi, Paula.
Is it working? I'm so nervous. There were 8 steps to be able to join this call, and I don't know if I did any of them right.
Email.
You have to
color-coded email.
You have to accept my invite on the Discord stage first. You got to do that first, and then they can hear you in Discord, and then you're good.
Okay, hold on. I accept. Hello, Discord.
There you are.
At the end of the email, my favorite part that Joe sent was, now go back and actually read all the tech stuff, because he was right. I did skip that part at first.
Yeah, I did a TLDR, and the TLDR said, go back and read it all.
Just reread this.
Because it really is, it's so, too many steps. Paula, how the hell are you? You good?
I'm all right. I'm hanging in there. It's fine.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Paula's having a real bad day.
Someone just read the news.
Someone just looked at the news. Well, we're gonna brighten your day with talk of Conan's muscular structure. Are you?
I've been listening in because I was like, I'll wait and I'll join when they're done. But y'all kept going, and I was like, we're gonna move on now that you're here. It was fine. You can talk as long as you want. I just don't have a lot to say about Conan. So
you're more of a Red Sonja fan.
I'm more of a Conan O'Brien than a Conan the Barbarian kind of a same thing, totally.
I'm with you. Also a Conan O'Brien fan. All right. Well, with Paula entering in the mix here, and of course we can keep talking about Conan throughout the show, especially if you want to call in and talk about Red Nails at all. We'll take your calls.
Joe, can I throw in one other thing, and maybe Paula would have an opinion on this. I don't know how familiar she is, but I feel like it's important when talking about Conan to talk about Frank Frazetta and the artwork on all of the Conan stuff. Paula, do a Google.
Do a Google.
It's like
knew what I was doing as soon as you said the name.
That's a Frazetta cover, right?
Yeah.
Erik, are these the original editions that like Lynn Carter edited and then added his own stories?
El Sprague de Camp. Yeah. These are the original paperbacks from the 60s and 70s. This one is kind of cool. I got this at a pulp convention called the Windy City Pulp and Paper thing. It only cost me $10. And it's like mint, but the neat thing is, and this is for like the biggest nerds in your audience right now, this book comes from the estate of Glenn Lord, who was the executor of Howard's literary estate and was the guy who brokered all of these books and was the main Robert E. Howard rights holder shortly following his death. And so this was actually like a sample book that was sent by Ace to the Howard estate. Sat in a box probably for 40 years, and then I bought it for $10.
I thought it was a Robert E. Howard like trading card.
No, it's but it's Glenn Lord. Like, look, everybody, it's Glenn Lord. I swear to God, there's like 3 people watching this right now.
What's his stats?
Oh my God, that's so awesome! And everyone else is like,
I think it's awesome, and I love paperback shows. Yeah. I go to I want it here in LA once a year.
Oh, nice.
So I mean, just to maybe to put an end on Howard here and Conan, I just want to say, I mean, can we see how much this influences just fantasy literature in general, but also just role playing in general? Yeah. I mean, we said earlier, it's like this is a role playing scenario. You could literally drop this into a game. There's even monsters.
100%. I kept thinking as I was reading, this would be a great scenario. You know what I mean? To adapt this for a home game would be so much fun. But I also felt like, particularly with Conan and Valeria and the way that they're described and the way that the art is done, as Rob said, it just conjured up all these images to me of like what D&D art looked like in the 80s and the early 90s. Like, it just the huge hulking warriors with bare chests and huge swords raised in the air.
Yeah.
And these female warriors wearing ridiculous armor, but like, standing up there side by side with a big helmet on and wielding weapons. And so I felt like so much of this inspired, the culture of that game when I was growing up.
Yeah, it did wonders for a skinny kid's ego.
Worked for chubby kids too. This thing came out in 1967, and so if you think about D&D, it was made, really 73, 74. This was the kind of thing that the creators of fantasy role-playing games were snorting up before they could afford cocaine, and this is like what fueled the creativity of the sword and sorcery genre. These books, then you see, it started really with Lord of the Rings being published in paperback. And then they started saying, well, what else have we got? Oh, we got these old stories from the 30s, so then you get Conan, then you get ripoffs of Lord of the Rings, like Sword of Shannara and stuff like that. And D&D fits right in that era when the paperback fantasy boom was happening. It was Bob Howard. And in many ways, these Conan books from Ace that fueled pretty much that whole thing. And I think you could see connections between the city and Red Nails to the old adventure, The Lost City, which I have floating around right here. Just happened to be sitting, this one by Tom
so
Mulvey.
Many books in that room.
This is ancient city fighting factions. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if this was explicitly inspired by Red Nails.
Are there how certain old authors obviously die for different reasons, and then a different author comes in and takes over the property?
Are there
that
happened with Conan?
Are there any ones that are worth the damn that aren't Robert E. Howard ones? Maybe for the audience, for me to know going forward.
I would start with the Robert E. Howard.
Well, sure.
Yes, maybe end there.
And then stop there. That's it.
Yeah,
okay,
I think most people don't like the L. Sprague de Camp and Lynn Carter, who were the editors of these paperbacks, and would kind of find a historical story and then change the protagonist to be a Conan story, or find fragmentary stories and finish them themselves. Most people these days, there's stylistic incongruities that people just don't care for. I don't know. There's a Carl Edward Wagner.
Oh, I love him.
Book, Conan, The Road of Kings.
Yeah. What about Robert Jordan? I'm seeing
Robert Jordan wrote a bunch of them. I haven't personally read any of those, so I can't vouch for those.
Carl Edward Wagner was a great writer, and he had a character that I really enjoyed that I read a lot of. Cain. Is his character Cain?
Yep.
And those are kind of Conan style stories, sword and sorcery. With the one I read, the novel I read was about a race of lizard people that Cain had to fight. That's good stuff. So maybe check out Carl Edward Wagner.
The Robert Jordan versions, the female companions probably have less descriptions of maybe their bosoms and more about how often they're tugging their braids.
There's a lot of hair tugging in this Jordan Conan. That's for sure.
Thank you.
I mean, we could do an episode on the sexual politics of the Wheel of Time. You could do a podcast on it.
We need Mary Lou for that, I think.
We do.
Hopefully we see Mary Lou today. Let's put a button on Conan for now and move on to our next topic of the day. We got a lot we want to get in today. We want to get in some character death talk.
We did Conan for an hour. Pretty good.
And
only 15 minutes of it was technical difficulty.
I'm going to use this opportunity to temporarily bounce off for a bit. I'm going to do some work, and hopefully I'll come back.
Sure, Rob.
Rob.
No, I understand other priorities. Go ahead and...
It's fine. I show up, Rob leaves. I understand. I get it.
There can't be two strong female characters at the same time. So
you know what? Thank you. You know what? Fair.
Yeah, it's fair. But I'll see you guys
later. We can't pass the Bechdel test.
Bye, Rob. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Rob, for stopping by, and hopefully we see him in a little bit. So let's move on to discussing character death. Now, obviously, inspired by the death of this show, we wanted to talk about a major topic in gaming and in writing and literature about character death, but I think we're going to focus on the RPG part for a little bit here in terms of there's so many different angles on this, right? How do you handle it as a GM? How do you handle it as a player? How do you handle it in writing, in adventure writing and stuff like that? It's, there's everything from the do's and don'ts for GMs as you approach an imminent potential character death. There's also the do's and don'ts as a player as you are approaching that moment when you can feel it coming. But then there's also adventures that are written in such a way that... What's that?
Said sometimes you don't feel it coming.
Yeah, and sometimes it's shocking and surprising, but like
I'm glad we have the player who cries the most at character death.
Yes,
on the show right now.
Listen, I'm very in touch with my emotions.
Anything, but yeah, I thought you were talking about Matthew.
Maybe I'm talking about two. Maybe we have two of those players.
I want to. There's a lot of different ways we can approach this, so I'm just going to start it simply and easily by pointing it to Paula Deming, our newest guest, and just ask you first and foremost: have you ever GM'd during a character death at your table, at any table at home? Have you been through it?
No, I have not. Have I? If I have, I apparently blocked it out because I'm not thinking of it right now. I have not GM'd a character death. I did. So I have been GMing D&D for my niece and nephew, who are like, my niece just turned 16 and my nephew's like, I can never remember their age difference, 12 or 13. And it's like their first time playing. And I've been easing them into the rules, especially because we're playing over Zoom. And so 100% I have pulled my punches on combat with them because it's like, it's your third session and I want you to like this game and you really like your character. So we're not going to die yet. We're going to fudge that roll. They don't know. I'm going to fudge this roll. I'm going to keep them alive. And later, as I feel like they're more comfortable with playing, then
and more invested in the character
and more invested
with a deeper relationship.
Yes.
Then you'll kill them.
Then I have allowed more actual rolls to stand. My niece's character went unconscious at one point, and they had to my nephew had to get her a potion. So I did allow some of that to happen, but I was like, I can't do this because I'm afraid they're young and impressionable. I'm afraid they'll quit at this juncture if their character dies. They won't want to play anymore.
That is a very real fear for GMs that we have to
I've told this story before, but I was running D&D for kids one time, and I had a 12-year-old who didn't die. His character took damage, and he started crying. He started crying, and, I'm in a situation where I'm the adult with kids. Like, I couldn't be like, hey, man, don't be a wuss. I had to be like, but it really did bring me to an understanding that, something you really should take seriously is when someone is role playing, that is an intimate thing. People get very vulnerable when they role play. And I think that sometimes we downplay the connection they have to a character. That's like an avatar for you. Like people feel what the character feels, even in like a one shot sometimes. So it's a real thing. And that kid crying when he took damage is still far from the worst reaction I've had from a player reacting to damage or death. And usually it's adults who have a worse reaction.
Yeah. There are, Matthew, you've experienced several character deaths in your time.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah. Do you play bad? Are you bad at playing? Is that what it is, Matthew?
What is your approach to this as a player? I think that you've dealt with it excellently in those moments. But is this been difficult for you, challenging, or do you like the opportunity for a character death? How do you usually approach it as a player?
I mean, I usually try to remember that character death is often a great story. As disappointing as it might be, or devastating if you're particularly attached to a character, it usually makes for a really good story at the table. The set, and you get to do something cool too, which is bring in a new character, which I've gotten a lot of practice doing. But I mean, we've had the situation where we've ended on a cliffhanger, and my character was almost certainly going to die when we picked up, right? And then I built another character that was, and then. So I did my grieving kind of pre-session, and then built a new character that I was really excited about, and then the character survived. Yeah, and then what do you do?
Right. Yeah. You've almost written them off. You've moved on emotionally to a new, made your peace with it. You think that this is going to be an interesting time to introduce someone new to the story. And then the roll of the die kind of swipes that out from under you. Speaking of introducing someone new to the story, let's get another new guest in our epic guest-a-thon for the Glass Cannon radio finale. Please welcome to the stage and to the show, the wonderful Sydney Amanuel. Ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Sydney! What's up?
What's up?
How you doing?
What's up, pimps and players?
Wow. You're such a streamer, Sid. You're such a
like
streamer.
and subscribe. I was caught off guard. Hi, guys. It's so nice to see. I was listening to all of the book club stuff, even though I didn't read Conan, but I thought it was very insightful. And now I think I heard it was pretty sexy. So maybe I should pick up a copy.
It's pretty sexy. I think you should check it out. I mean, if for nothing else, man, it really gave some fun insight into barbarians, into playing in a barbarian, a barbarian's vibe.
Yeah.
But then also just epic warrior type scenes that you could totally steal from for fun stuff. Anyway, we're talking about character death. You've come in just as we're talking about character death. I posed this question to Paula. I'm curious, you've GM'd a lot of stuff at home. I don't know how much exactly D&D or Pathfinder you've GM'd, but do you have any experience navigating character death as a GM yet?
Yeah, I GM'd a really long campaign during COVID. And I think the separation of computer screens did help with dealing with character death. When you're in the room with people, it's just palpable and it's like really sad. But behind the computer, I was like, bam, you're dead. No.
Suck it.
That campaign,
no, that's a super good point. Like in the room with people, there's something wild about RPGs in the room that's like exactly like the emotions. You're transferring pheromones or something.
It's like being on an airplane. Like your emotions are heightened. Like you'll cry at the drop of a hat when you're in the room. You're so immersed.
Paula can even do that over StreamYard.
I was like, can you imagine if we played Blood of the Wild in person?
I can't even imagine.
It would be a nightmare.
Paula, I think you would need like a support puppy like next to you at all times.
I have behind me. Oh, you can know what's in the other room. I cleared it out. I have someone gave me like a stuffed otter that says like support animal on it.
Stop. That's actually really sweet.
I'm just picturing someone outside of Paula's like recording closet where she records Blood of the Wild, not hearing anything that's happening and just watching her talk at a screen in essentially what is a Zoom call. And then just like breaking down into tears multiple times. And that person being like, why do you do that? What are you doing? This seems like it's making you very sad.
Why I do this, why it happens, I don't know. Like I will be playing a game and not care, like and be like, I don't care about this game. It's a random one-off, whatever. And suddenly something will happen and I'm feeling emotions. And maybe that's just the part of me maybe that's just like the actor part that's in all of us.
No, it's because you're a great player and you invest. It's because you're a great player and you're invested. And there couldn't be anything that makes a GM happier than to have the players actually be invested. And it's funny that you say sometimes you're invested without even realizing it. You think you're really not caring that much, but you are. I mean,
I want to share a recent Paula story from Blood of the Wild. And I think that this really showed me how similar Paula and I are emotionally in how we approach these games, but the way that it's visible is different.
Low, Joe.
Hey, hold on, let me explain.
Also, how we roll our dice.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bit of that, but a lot of times my expression is very rage centric. Like I can't contain my anger in certain moments of things that happen to me, especially with the die rolling, and with Paula. She can have that same kind of emotional upswelling, but it manifests as tears. And so in a recent episode of Blood of the Wild, she casted a powerful, high-ranking spell against a boss, and the boss critically succeeded at the save, and she started crying because she was so mad that she lost that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that like we were looking down the barrel of like possible deaths. Like this was bad, very bad.
It was my last spell slot. It was my last one. And I go, okay, I either use this to heal the party or I heal them by maybe ending this encounter and doing damage. And so when it failed, I truly, truly sat there and thought, I have doomed my friends to dying. Which is a great way to bring this back around. This is my fault. I didn't use my spell to heal them. And because of that, they will die and it will be my fault. And that's why I cried.
Yeah. I mean, but you also said, you were like, I'm just so mad. I'm so mad.
That was a fight where I had to do an emotional check-in with everybody. Because everybody was like, it got tense.
Let's bring that up. Do you need to do an emotional check-in with a player before a character death? Sometimes you don't have time for that, the way that it crops up. Maybe you just have to make a call as a GM reading the room. I don't know, Erik, what do you think about this? Have you GM'd through character deaths and how have you handled it in the past?
I would say in a perfect world, I guess you would say, all right, so we're going to play for 4 hours today, and an hour, 2.5, you're going to go into a room and it's badly designed and you're going to get killed. And so prepare yourself emotionally for some there's so much that's just happening in the moment that I don't know that I've ever had the opportunity to, like, maybe someone's moving or something and you're going to like fake and stage a death. I've never really done that. So they almost always come as a surprise to me. And so, yes, sometimes they can get a little bit emotional, and I think it's important to just kind of hang back a little bit and watch how people are reacting and maybe don't make a bunch of big jokes about it if someone's crying or something like that. So, yes. Right. But, as much experience as I have as a GM handling other people's death, I tend to be the GM all the time. So I have to confess, as a player, when one of my character dies, I can get pretty pissy about it. Like I'm not proud of my reaction sometimes, and it's almost always because there's a sequence of events, and it goes a little something like this: party goes up to a ledge, and then everybody sits around and talks about what they should do for 11 minutes, and Erik is bored, and he goes, fine, whatever. I jump over the ledge. It's failed saving throw. Trap. Dead. Immediately. Every time. And so I'm always like, what did you do? Just be more patient, Erik. You're killing yourself. And so I end up getting kind of mad at myself for making the same goddamn mistake that I make every time, which is that I just get bored and I want things to move forward. And I lead with my hit points. And then I'm dead. And then because I'm the GM, the forever GM who happens to be playing, I'm also the fucking idiot with 85 pages of notes on all the NPCs and everything. And then I'm like, well, all that knowledge is gone now because I'm an idiot and I can't refer to my notes. And it becomes this cycle of self-loathing that has almost nothing to do with the game master or the rules or anything. And I just fall into that pit. Luckily, it's only happened a couple of times, but I promise you, if there were a couple of my old DMs or GMs listening, like Jason Bowman, for example, he'd be sitting there going, yep, I remember that exact moment where he did that, and so I'm no good at it. I'm good at killing other people's characters. I'm really bad at dying, guys. It's pathetic, actually, given my level of experience.
I agree. I'm in the same position. I take it very hard, and I don't really know how to. Sometimes I am emotionally ready to move on from somebody, and it's not that bad. But other times, I'm not proud of how I've handled it. And the way that I I've tried to realign myself is one experience that I had. I actually wasn't even on this show. I was producing at the time a little show called Wicked Empire, which was a one-season D&D 5e show that we did. Jared ran it in a homebrew setting, in a homebrew world, and and there was a character death in that show of a character played by Ross Bryant. Now, it can be very easy to look at Ross as a mentor of sorts in how to improv something in the moment. He's just so excellent at it. And of course, I've done that before, but this was different. This was like another level, and I really took something away from it. And what had happened was, in a very unexpected encounter that was not, important in the grand scheme of things, but was just, another combat encounter, he happened to fail a very important save against a very powerful spell. I believe it was Cone of Cold.
Everybody was very mad at me because I don't do CR when I'm playing 5e. I just put stuff in rooms that could kill you. And people were like, but his level, he wasn't ready for that level of enemy. Anyway,
so
it
was
him.
One of those ones where it was so he didn't have death rolls really. That I remember, it was like so much damage that it was kind of an instant death kind of thing. And he just sat there quietly for a moment. He kind of looked side to side, and then he was like, "Okay." And then he just went in and did like 3 minutes of spectacular role play describing the death. And it was so good because not only did he do it physically, he had this image of the character trying to walk toward the caster, but then getting the cold and then getting like slowly frostbitten and then getting frozen in place. And then in that moment brought all his backstory stuff in that he wanted to bring in. All his final thoughts, right? Everything that kind of tied it up together in just a couple minutes. And then he was like, and then he shatters like glass. And and it was just so good. And I was like, why can't I do that? It was awesome, but it was a good example of how to handle it as a player. Is bring in your backstory, let the death scene be epic. Sometimes in a big fight you can be like, in a big boss fight, you can be like, all right, he permanently dies, but let's just assume he's out of the fight for now. And if anybody survives the fight, the character is alive enough for final words, right? Or a final death scene. That's kind of a good way for me to handle it as a player, because at least you can get some closure in terms of your relationship with other characters.
And I think
have seen people. Oh, go ahead, Paula. Sorry.
I'll just quickly say, I think the reason sometimes we have these reactions to our characters dying is we didn't choose it. It's happening to us and we don't have control over it. And so what it feels like Ross did in that moment was take control back of his character's narrative. Yeah. Oh, there's all this stuff I didn't get to do. Well, I'm in a monologue about it right now. I didn't get to choose that I'm dying, but I do get to choose how this death happens because I'm saying it right now. And I think what a great, lesson of how to give yourself back a little bit of feeling like I'm turning this lemon into lemonade. Yeah.
That's a great way to put it. And I'll throw out one more example, and then I'd love to take a call and get somebody else's thoughts on this outside of us. But Jared did a spectacular job with. Go ahead, Sid.
I was about to applaud Jared when we talked about how you handle deaths as a GM. I have a hard time killing my characters because I don't feel like it's the right moment, like you're trying to build a story, and if the characters didn't get to do parts of their backstory, you're aware of it and you're kind of like, should I fudge the numbers? I think Jared did a wonderful thing in Blood of the Wild when he simply asked Paula, what happens? You tell me. Okay? Is this okay?
Yeah.
I thought it was beautiful, Jared, and it was so well done. It was in the moment. It didn't feel like, I don't know, pandering to the player in a way. It felt realistic to the world and the story. Is that the one you were going to talk about, Joe?
Yeah, I thought you were going to talk about the other one. So basically, this is an NPC death. This is an NPC death of an NPC that meant a lot to one of the characters, a family member of one of the characters. And Jared just took a moment. A natural one resulted in what probably should have been character death. And Jared just took a moment and said, hey, wait a minute. Why are we... Let's talk about this. Are you okay with this as a player, Paula, or do you not want it to happen? And Paula sat on it for a minute and said, I don't think I want this to happen right now. I don't think it's the right time. And Jared said, okay, then we undo it and we find a new way. But he made it the character wasn't just fine. There were
still complications to the natural one.
Yeah, there were complications, and then it caused all of this stress among the characters. That was really well done, Jared. Great job. And then the other one that I want to applaud Jared for, I won't go into specifics for spoiler reasons, but there is a PC death that Jared GM'd once that he did such a great job. It was a session later for us, but because it happened toward the end of a session, but he did a whole spiritual scene. And so that's another way that you can approach it is not just dying words, but what if you do and Troy has done this in the past too with character death. What if you do a whole scene in the in-between or outside the gates of heaven or at the gates of hell, right? However you want to play it, you can have that character return for a scene or two to give the player closure and let them write part of that scene and be involved in that whole experience.
Give them an epilogue.
So I thought that was a good approach too.
One thing I find difficult, or I will say I'm not gonna say what time, but there was a time where it's and when you're another player at the table, and a character dies, reacting inappropriately, it's almost like it's in that weird stage of grief where you're you don't really know how to react, and oftentimes it's so surprising, and there's also a situation where you think one character is going to die and is on the ropes, and then in a weird twist of dice, another character just dies, and you're like, it's hard to be.
Matthew, I think there's a shot when Asta died. I think there's a cut to you, and you are smiling and laughing because it was so awkward. Like, it was so, no one thought I was going to roll 2 natural ones again for a second character dying in the same exact way that my first character died. When it happened, we all kind of had like what the actual fuck? Like, we didn't know, we didn't know how to react.
Both of your character deaths on Gatewalkers it was like we all felt like some degree of like, oh gosh, we made it through. Okay, we're good. And then all of a sudden you were dead.
Surprised. And Paula, if it makes you feel better, I cried for both.
Yeah.
And I fought so hard not to cry on camera because I felt immediately so embarrassed. And I was like, Sydney, it's a game. It's a game and it doesn't matter, and you're being filmed and it's on film. And I could feel it welling up, and Joe was like looking at me like, it's okay if you need to cry. And I was just like, stop it.
It's upsetting.
It only makes it worse.
It's
you try to stop it. You can't stop it. That's why it's there. You don't choose to do it. It wells up inside of you. There's nothing you can do. Just let it go.
My scratchy voice going, all right.
Mine was this weird in-between thing because like what Matthew's talking about, I'll just quickly say this before we move forward, but it wasn't my character who died. And I was wrecked by it as a fellow player and character in the story. And I will stand by. People are like, no, it's great. It shows you're so committed. But I worry that my emotional reaction in that moment stole the spotlight from the person who should have been having their own closure and their own experience. And so that's a worry that I have. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I hear you. That making it about you, right? Making it about your character.
This isn't about me.
You're the living characters that move on, the loss that they have. You'd be like, oh, right, like beating about how horrible it is for you. Meanwhile, that player is sitting across the table, like, I'm the one whose character died.
Yeah,
but it is a fine line because the relationships are so important, and the people that live on, right, they suffer more than the people that die, right? And a lot of times in real life. And so it's interesting perspective. Let's get a call in here. Rodith, we missed before. Let's try to get Rodith back on, and we can talk character death. We can talk Conan, whatever you want. Rodith, what's going on?
Not much, man. Thanks for having me on for the final.
It's our pleasure. Thanks for tuning in every week. You talk to us so often. We really appreciate you calling in. Thanks for coming again.
I appreciate it, man. The final death or the character death that I've had several of them in my campaigns, and then also myself. But as far as character death in a show, the Viper of Dorne and Game of Thrones.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's so like, oh, he's going to win. He's not going to win. He's not going to win. Oh, back and forth. And then just kind of talk about Conan. One of the things that you were talking about, the adverbs and the adjectives that were used, they're kind of used to plump up the prose. They talk about this being purple prose, that kind of thing. But one of the directed things they were trying to do was make a living. And at 7 cents a word, you could actually make a living at short story writing at the time. So all of those adverbs, et cetera, were used to
elongate,
basically,
fluff up the writing.
Exactly,
so
make
funny.
And if you could use 6 short words instead of 1 long word that would actually serve the purpose, you would use the 6 because that was 32 cents more.
I've never thought of that. That's so interesting.
Oh yeah. The pulps drove an entire era of publishing. And
sounds like me writing essays in college. Am I right, guys? Filling that word count.
But as far as character death, it's got to be of consequence. Everything should be of consequence. Like we far too often, I think, because especially when we were younger gamers, we go in for the combat every time, and the combat should be of consequence, right? And the only consequence, or the ultimate consequence, is death. One of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of Dungeons and Dragons is because death is not really that much of a consequence most of the time, unless you're fighting something that raises you as undead or destroys your soul. So one of the things I really appreciate is a system that, like, it's very deadly. You don't want to get into a fight because that's much more like real life to me.
It definitely ups the stakes. Thanks for the call, Rodith. I appreciate it. And I've got you down for the Viper of Dorne, which was a spectacular death and shocking. What a quick turnaround. Anyway, you made me think of something that we didn't bring up as part of this conversation yet, which is very interesting. I'd like to get your take on this. And if I just throw it out to the group, it's going to be a mismatch. So I'm just going to start with you, Jared. You haven't talked on this in a minute. I'm going to talk to you directly. How do you feel about resurrection in RPGs?
Well, I think it's kind of cool, to be honest. I mean, you usually have to attain quite a bit of wealth and power as a spellcaster or to be able to get a resurrection off. And I think what a cool reward for having stuck with the campaign that long and built up that wealth or built up that magical power. So I don't really have a problem with it. And, I can see all kinds of story possibilities. You're dead and then you're back to life a day later or something like that. I mean, what kind of experience is that? So
what happened?
I don't have a problem with it at all. I will just quickly say, I do think I've seen people online say they don't do death in their games. I disagree with that. I think death should always be on the table. I've also heard people say death should always be meaningful. It shouldn't happen in a regular combat. It should only happen in a boss combat. And I disagree with that as well. I think it's like up to the player and the GM to make it meaningful whenever it happens. So.
Yeah, good point. I mean, it can sneak up on you and surprise you. Yeah. Erik, you've been playing obviously for many, many, many years. How do you feel about how resurrection comes in from a game standpoint? The levels at which it's possible. What's the point of that? Why does it happen at that level and not earlier? Is it just because of how powerful it is, or is there something more meta there that we're not seeing?
It's an interesting question. Like Jared said, in order to get raised or resurrected or reincarnated or whatever in D&D or Pathfinder, you need a certain amount of money and maybe the right NPC contacts and things like that. And generally speaking, you're probably not getting that in the first 4 or 5 levels of play. Mm-hmm. Once you've invested the time and the soul energy into your character that you have kind of earned that way, it's a bigger loss, I think, to the campaign if the guy who's been taking notes the whole time does, or if the character who the GM has been like, okay, you have a very pivotal role in the resolution of this campaign, and then you're dead. That could lead to some unexpected stories, but it could also really derail a whole bunch of stuff. So the ability of that character who's become so important to the campaign, being able to have a way to come back into it narratively, I think is actually really important. But just in the same token, if that was always the case, okay, your second level character gets killed. Oh, well, pay 100 gold and now he's back. Then there's never a risk of death. So for me, that first 5 levels is in some ways more interesting because you have to be on your toes a little bit more as a player. There is no coming back. I think and I like that, but I think
a lot of times it takes those 5 levels to have a character that must be part of the plot.
Yeah. And you can kind of lean into that as a player and be like, this character's not really gelling and I'm 4th level. I charge, and maybe create an interesting moment in the campaign. I think one of the things I don't like is kind of happening in one of the campaigns that I'm playing in right now. We've been playing for 6 years. It's a 1st edition Pathfinder campaign. Everyone really understands the rules. Most of them are designers and things like that. And we just hit a really nasty fight that took out 2 characters. But unfortunately in that game, it's kind of become like, all right, well, yeah, we've got a 5,000 gold piece diamond. We'll just teleport, we'll plane shift back to the Outlands and we'll talk to the god and we'll get him back and then he'll be back next week. So it doesn't have that kind of oh my God, my friend just got killed. It just sort of is like, well, that's a speed bump and we'll just, it's just like a healing spell. And I don't like that, and so what I don't think those 2 things need to go together. I think that's kind of jaded old gamer dude, kind of like, oh, well, whatever, we'll get resurrected. I like to be in the moment and really play it out and be, I'm playing like a 15-year-old boy in that campaign. You just saw his best friend in the campaign get murdered right before his eyes. And I wanted to milk a little drama out of it, and but then the guy who got killed didn't even seem to care. And so you're just like, all right, so it's a pendulum. And I like it somewhere. Like, I like the risk in the early levels. I do like the ability to bring that character back. But if that sort of cheapens the dramatic moment of it, I'm here for more than just the dice rolling and the numbers. I'm here for the story we're telling together. And when there's such an important moment as a death, that just gets kind of brushed over because everyone knows it's just a gem and a visit to the temple away, it cheapens it, I think.
Yeah.
So I think that's up to the players to kind of balance that stuff out appropriately.
It's an interesting take. Let's get a call from friend of the show, Fisco. Fisco is here. And we'd love you to weigh in, Fisco. How's it going?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
You sound great.
Sweet. Oh, man, this is my favorite topic because back when I was able to work, I was a therapist who specialized in death and dying.
Whoa.
Wow. I could talk about this for hours.
I never knew that, Fisco.
Enlighten
what the
us.
heck?
I didn't know that either.
I mean, to me, death is just as beautiful of a piece of life as birth is. Like, to be there at the end with someone is it's horrifying the first couple times, but so is birth. And then once you kind of like understand how that works, being with someone in their final moments, I could cry just thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
It is like watching a baby cry the first time, watching the air leave that person's body. And it just so it always sits with me, just in a special way, like knowing that even though we don't know what happens after someone dies, it's the impact, it's the story we tell. And role-playing games for me is such a cool way to think about death, to experience what death might be like, to experience what it is to lose and to grieve. I think it's so cool.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
It's a great point. You play role-playing games to kind of live out this life where you're doing things you can never do in your own life. And that's the ultimate experience that you're only going to get to have once.
Yeah.
In real life is death. I mean, that's if done right, I think it could be incredibly cathartic and
yes.
And also, I mean, if Nathan Fielder can create an entire TV show on how to help pilots, role play and cope to fly planes better, why not help people learn how to grieve and, learn about things through TTRPGs,
loss,
to experience these things. So true.
Yeah.
And it requires a lot of investment.
Yeah.
It does. And the game that Paula hosted in Vegas that I played in and almost cried in, looking at a piece of a picture of a salve. I was like, I'm going to start crying right now. I got to bring that home with me. It was. And talk to my therapist about it and process, why did I have this feeling? Where was this coming from? What was it? And discovered that it was, I never truly grieved my grandmother. And we get to process that now and really see her life in a beautiful way. And she and I talk about how cool role-playing games would be as therapy. Yeah. And that if I can ever work again, if I plan to get a master or a doctorate and teach, and that's what I want to do, is create a subset of counseling that is role-playing games.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be amazing.
There are things like playback theater or whatever that's kind of improv focused, which leans into that role play kind of aspect. But even, bringing in more actual role play game mechanics into it, I think, I kind of think that's what we're all doing a little bit when we play these games, is we are trying on different things and trying out different scenarios and testing the boundaries and experiencing a feeling that I don't get to have in real life, and then thinking about why,
Like Paula is experimenting with bringing dead people back from the dead and making them fight for her against their will. Some true dark necromancy.
They like it.
You don't get to do that every day.
They like it. They love fighting for me. They love being ripped from the afterlife.
You pay them better than you
That is a cool topic. Right. Even that is a fun topic to talk about.
We should play a role-playing game where people are well paid and
yes, exactly.
They have health insurance.
Where actors
I work a
work.
job, and I really like my job. I just like my job.
Fisco, before we let you go, give us a great death. Give us a great death.
All right, mine is going to be like my last answer, where it's like a non-answer, but it's an answer. So Isaac Asimov wrote a short story called The Last Question. That is probably one of his most famous ones he's ever written. It is my favorite one. I reread it constantly. And the death of existence was so profound and moving. To the first time I read it, I think I was 13, and just it opened up the world to me in a way that like I'd never experienced before. And so I find that
the death of existence as seen through Isaac Asimov's
The death of existence in an Isaac Asimov story. That's wild. Probably not going to get picked, but that's a great answer.
It is a great ansser. It is a great answer. Jared, did you have something? Otherwise, I was going to take another call.
No, take another call.
Slow Eye Joe, why don't you come up and join us here? We've been hogging the mic a lot. Slow Eye, are you there?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling in.
Hello.
Hi. So I wanted to kind of caveat off of something that Jared was talking about with a little bit of a different angle. I agree with everything you said, Jared. You were talking about people online speaking to not wanting death in their games or wanting to kind of limit it or control when it happens and how it happens. And I don't think that's right. I think you have to have, you have to have stakes, and choices have to matter for the players. And if you try to control deaths like that, it can kind of detach people from their characters. But I also wanted to talk about when things go too far in the other direction, when death, when your game is like the beaches of Normandy and characters are just dying left and right constantly, right?
Cheapens it, right? Cheapens it.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah. I mean, I'm a paramedic as a job. And so I do deal with a lot of dead and dying people. And when you're around it a lot, you can become sort of inoculated to it, right? It can become a little bit routine, and I feel like that can happen in your games too when you have, your PCs dying every other session. So.
Yeah. You got to strike a fine balance there. We toyed with that a little bit. It felt like between Sydney and Matthew, we toyed with that a little bit in Gatewalkers. It got a little too close to that, and I think that was one of the things that hurt our enjoyment in certain moments of the campaign. Was just how quickly and easily people were on the ropes or dying. It wasn't significant enough, and it was kind of taken away from the drama a little bit. Slow Eye, give us a great character death in fiction.
Yeah, so when I was younger, I probably would have said Boromir from Lord of the Rings, but as I've gotten a little older, Lord of the Rings is still my favorite, so I'm gonna have to go with King Theoden. His death has such weight to it. He's got such a great redemption arc, and his kind of relationship with legacy and passing the torch on to his niece, is just awesome. So.
Awesome. Thanks, Slow Eye.
Cool answer.
Just another tip for other answers. Don't say two answers during your answer.
Yeah. Please don't do that.
You don't want to say...
Someone else might have wanted to say Boromir.
Boromir's a crappy death, but here's a good one.
Boromir's
a great answer.
I like Boromir. That makes me cry every time.
I love King Theoden as well, but Slow Eye, you're good, but just keep it to one answer.
People always do that. Well, I was going to say this, but I'm going to say this. Yeah, it's like,
give everybody a chance. Corvus Duskwalker, why don't you join us here? And then after this, we're going to turn to a little guest potluck and see what our guests want to talk about today, which I'm really excited for. Corvus, are you there?
Hey, buddy. Good timing. I just got on my lunch break.
Hey.
So I've been on the line for a little while, so I've got a couple different opinions, and I'm going to try to weave them all together into one thing.
Please go. Shoot.
Okay. So I got on during the Conan conversation, and I've been listening to. I'm on the 9th book of a Conan anthology audiobook right now.
Wow.
So one thing that I think can help out with the character death thing is description. Because at one point, after he's king of Aquilonia, he gets attacked by some shadowy thing in his bedchambers. And it is described as this like moving monster with impossibly large yellow pupilless eyes and jagged teeth and a mouth that can swallow a man's head. And this thing nearly kills him like a bunch of times. Turns out it's a goblin. And we don't think about goblins like that anymore, right? We think goblin, you just kick them into the bushes and you move about your day, So if you can describe this thing, whatever is killing this character, as like, oh, holy shit, this is a monster, actually. Like another story, he fights an ape, and the ape is described as if you would if you had never seen an ape before.
Yeah.
So if you want these character deaths to be meaningful, and you've got some meaningful deaths on your channel, like you've got not to spoil any 10-year-old show now, but like fucking Della, man, like Matthew, Jesus, like Della was a fucking amazing. And then you've got other ones like and Sydney. I love you and I love Lucky, but that fucking Fox, man, Jesus, go gank for some bitch ass Fox.
You're telling me. I was so mad, dude. I was so mad.
I love the Pathfinder fighter. I love your characters. I was so excited about Lucky, and then this Fox. So so you got that. I think if you can make these character deaths,
Corvus, sorry to cut you off there, but I agree with you. I think that there's something. So there's something that John Harper says in his book in Blades in the Dark that I really latch onto, and I think about this all the time when I'm GMing now, which is when a die roll fails on a character's end, it's almost like a what do you call it? Like a tenet, like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a rule or a thing that you never. A principle, right? As a GM, it's like never make the player's character look stupid. Like, don't make them look weak or like a failure. You make the obstacle look so badass that it kind of overdid this. And so, I remember recently, this was not a character death, but I remember when we did disorganized play, Jared was playing a monk and he was going to jump into this pit very bravely into a bear fight from 10 feet up. It was a very cool image and a cool scene. And he rolled a natural 1 on the athletics. And he's a monk, and he's like a highly trained athletic monk. And so rather than it be like, oh, you're an idiot and you fell into the pit, I immediately was like, the bricks fall out from under your feet as you go to plant, like before you jump, right? So it's environmental. It's something else. It's not the failure of the character. So their death isn't their fault. You got to try to focus on, like you said, describing the monster as so strong.
Bad about a lot of your deaths, Joe, like with Lork, Lork was always getting shit on for your roles. And I'm like, and he was like my favorite character in the show.
Yeah.
And I was just like, he just kept like, well, the problem is that he's a fucking incompetent fool is the issue. And it's like, that sucks, man. That sucks that he's always slipping on bananas.
And that also was kind of like a random side combat, basically, that was not a boss fight at all and was very shocking. It came out of nowhere.
It turned into that resurrection story that
it was awesome. Yeah. Exactly.
It became something really cool with that and Della and Gormley. Like I told you I always come back. Like, oh my god! Like
so
Jesus, the chills that day.
Corvus, give us a great death in fiction. We got to keep it moving here.
Okay, this may have already been said, but I think the most culturally impactful death of any story has to be Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Oh my god! I know what I'm picking.
I mean, pick Jesus. A good point
Christ.
was made.
You clever man.
We said a fictional death.
We said a fictional death.
Okay, I think that's more of a fan fictional death. I mean, he may have existed, but I don't know if he existed in the way that it was described in the book.
We didn't ask for your atheist views on our show. Okay?
A bad Methodist right here, man.
Jesus Christ may very well have existed.
Maybe.
Clancy knacked in
Why
the
don't you
Twitch
ask
chat.
Michael Moorcock about that one, Jared?
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, Michael Moorcock has opinions on that.
He has a whole novel on that called Behold the Man, right? Where the guy goes back in time to watch the crucifixion. So that's what the caller is referring to, is the Michael Moorcock.
Yes.
Really fictional. Right.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, whatever you want to say, fictional, non-fictional, romanticized, whatever. It's an epic and horrible death. Let's do a little guest potluck. Now, we can obviously keep talking about character death as it comes up, but death is depressing. Is there something fun? Is there something interesting? And something, let's hope it's nerd-tacular among our guests here that they'd like to talk about. No pressure. If you got nothing, just say, I got nothing. I'm just here to hang out. Matthew, is there anything in the nerdosphere that you're into right now?
Quickly, as we cap off the character death, I think we will also need to have the death of my presence here, because I, like Rob before me, must go and do some things.
Right.
So I'll bounce as y'all
pick up
go
some
into
prescription.
I have to make a dentist appointment.
A little bit of vacuuming.
Dentist appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I need to just lay on my floor for a little while.
That sounds amazing.
Can I? As I leave, can I offer a character death?
I have it typed up right here. I'm waiting. I got Paula, and I have your answer. What's your answer going to be?
I'm going to say Tasha Yar.
Oh,
from Star Trek: The Next Generation. Talk about an out-of-nowhere, senseless moment that is devastating when it happens and feeds into so many lovely story opportunities later down the line.
Yeah.
And beautiful character development with Data as a result. So that's what I'm saying, Tasha Yar.
Great answer,
Spoilers.
Paula.
Great answer.
And it's Mike. Paula did a little mic drop on the way out of Glass Cannon Radio. Hey, thanks for coming by for the last one. We appreciate you so much.
Nice to hang out with all y'all.
And I just want to tell everybody, especially everybody on Twitch that loves seeing us hang out live and just chill. We're going to be live together, Paula and I and Jared, for the Blood of the Wild Season 2 wrap-up show on October 6th. So save the date, Monday, October 6th. 8 p.m. Eastern. Paula and Jared and I, along with Mary Lou and Skid, we hope everybody's there to hang out, but we're just going to talk about Blood of the Wild on that one. So, bye, Paula. Thanks for hanging out.
Yay, thanks for having me. Bye.
Bye. All right. Matthew, did you have anything you wanted to talk about today, or are you just here to hang?
I'm here to hang, but I do have a topic that came to mind as we were discussing that last topic. I'll throw it to the group?
Please.
Great.
Yes.
I was thinking about when fictional characters die and are then resurrected for various reasons, usually not of the author's doing. It's like the Sherlock Holmes scenario or the Magnum PI scenario. Like, it was just like that as an idea. Like, how do you do they?
Or like 100 times in comic books, right?
100 million times in comic books, right? It's like, no, how do you feel about that? Like, it's different than RPG resurrection.
So, just to clarify, you're talking about a fictional character dying by the author's design, by the author's wishes.
Yes.
And then another author resurrecting them and writing a story.
No. Right? Sometimes it's like, in the case of Sherlock Holmes, it's the same author, right? The fans clamored. They wanted more Sherlock Holmes. They wanted more stuff so that he was kind of like, he felt obligated to bring him back. Or in the case of Magnum PI, like they canceled the show and then they uncanceled the show, right? So then they're usually that where it's like kind of like this, the creator or the existing creator of the time then has to kind of like, oh, I guess they're not dead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jared.
Well, I would just say, sometimes it can make for a great story. Part of Captain America's backstory for a very long time was that his sidekick Bucky had died during World War II. And then Ed Brubaker said, I'm bringing back Bucky. And everybody was like, that's foundationally, you cannot do that to the character. A big part of the character is that Bucky died. But the storyline with the Winter Soldier, that became a favorite character, so I think it can definitely work, like everything else, it's how it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes me think of like RPGs. I go right to RPGs and let's talk about like let's go to RPGs. Let's go to the Glass Cannon Network. You know, like, would it be weird? I know we do gauntlets, which are super fun, just like kind of like play characters from the past of the Glass Cannon Network, but like in an actual show, like bringing back Gormley, let's say, and just like playing Gormley in a new story and she's resurrected. Like, how would you feel about that, Matthew? Would that be weird? Do you think that would be a stupid thing to do or a cool and interesting thing to do? I think it could go both ways.
I mean, the existing timeline, I mean, like the other classic move, right, is you bring him back in a prequel, right? It's like, oh, this is
right. Which I mean, look,
and
I do have a problem with
Glass
that.
Cannon Radio. Jared does not like prequels.
Well, you know how they end. And also it feels like they keep stuffing more past into a character and you kind of want to go like, I liked not knowing every single thing. And I don't need to know what they were like in high school. And you know, the worst example would be Rings of Power, where they literally show you the origin of stuff, like the elven writing that glows in the moonlight. They're like, they have someone go, I just invented this, and you're like, I don't need, what the fuck does that add? Right. I don't need to know the day they invented it and what that looked like. So, you know, I think what it is it's a prequel is often, you know, they give you Easter eggs in lieu of story. Like, hey, can you believe this guy did this kind of thing back when he was younger? And I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. It's like the Robot Chicken bit of like, when I was younger, I invented C-3PO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I kind of agree with you, Jared, in that the prequels become like one-shot reveals of things where people are supposed to go, oh my God, I know what that is. You know, and it's
that in lieu of story.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I will devil's advocate for the multiverse, sort of. Everything is kind of turning into the multiverse. Everybody has their own alternative timelines and things that happen. I kind of do like that because coming from comics alone, like there have been so many iterations of extremely well-known popular characters in comics that now are kind of getting their mini spotlights in like a spin-off show, as opposed to the direct storyline for like a film or something. I kind of really love that. And I love seeing new generations of actors and being an actor myself, you know, fingers crossed. I'm always like, one day they're going to remake whatever the fuck that I love. And maybe I'll have a chance to play that character. Cause that's kind of where film and TV is going. They sort of repopulate with the same characters. But I agree with you. I believe it can be done really well, where it shines a light on this sort of lesser known storyline. And people are like, oh, I fucking loved that years ago. Or it can be done really poorly, where they are just regurgitating the same exact character because they know it's a moneymaker. And I think Marvel has been guilty of that. And there's plenty of people that have been guilty of it. Rings of Power,
it's definitely regurgitating because they know it's a moneymaker. But Eric, I think you were about to bring up the really funny Patton Oswalt bit about the episode 1 Phantom Menace.
Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, he was imitating George Lucas. Do you like Boba Fett? He's in this movie as a little kid. You see him, his dad dies and he's sad. And it's like, you don't need that, you know? Yeah. I think his famous thing is like, do you like ice cream? Here's a bag of rock salt. You know, it's just like, I don't need to know. He says,
you like Angelina Jolie? Thinks she's sexy? Here's John Voight's nutsack.
So I'm kind of aligned with Patton and Jared on the prequels topic, I think.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Let's take, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kick it to Erik to bring a new topic to the table in a second through the guest potluck, but I'd like to take a couple quick callers to get in on the contest because we're going to pull our first award now. We're going to pick our first, and you guys can all weigh in and vote, all you guys, on the best answer so far, and we'll give away... We're giving away the One Ring starter set, the new one. Whoa. The original was a Hobbit adventure in the Shire. This new one is, I believe, it's adventurers sitting around a table in Bree that are approached by a mysterious hunter and given a mission. So, seems so freaking cool. Let's do a quick lightning round here and get people up and just get some answers for the contest. Let's bring up Verdukai. Verdukai, if you got something you want to weigh in on the show, you can. Let's make it quick and then get to the contest. How are you?
Hello. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing fantastic. Great. It's always good to hear you call in, and thanks for being on Glass Cannon Radio over and over again. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. No, it was a fun run. I hope that we get to do more fun stuff in the future soon.
Agreed. All right, talk to me. What's a great character death in fiction?
So I thought of one that I found really impactful, and that was from the Hunger Games, the little girl Rue. Who dies.
Oh, so that is a good one.
It was very sad, and then it kind of sets off the whole, shebang with the main character. So that's my contribution for the contest.
Nice. Well done. Thanks for calling in. That is a good one. I remember reading that and just being like, oh, no.
I kind of love the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Which is a little off-brand for me.
Because I don't like off-brand for you.
Yeah, I don't like the fucks with the YA or the but man, I kind of dig Hunger Games.
I was way into the books.
Is it the children dying that really gets you?
Yeah, it is. It's the grim darkness of it. The Hunger Games is a pretty fucked up universe.
Yeah.
And that's why I can get behind it.
It's awesome. Who do we got? TJ Hansel, get in on this real quick.
So I'm sad you guys are going. It's been a great run. But
thank you so much, buddy.
I'm going to say Spock in Star Trek 2, because that was the first time in my life I remember actively crying while watching a movie and a character death and everything like that. Like it just it wrecked me.
That's a really good one.
Another example of a character they're going to kill off and then decided they had to bring him back before they even released the movie.
No one says part 3 is as good as part 2.
Yep. Idle X.
Part 2 is the best one. That's probably the best Star Trek movie, right?
The best ever.
Yeah.
Idle X. What's going on?
Nothing much. Quick question. If I give you an answer, can I still enter for the Starfinder contest?
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Well, we have to call on you again. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead. Give us an answer real quick.
Okay. My answer is the Death of Superman, the one from the 90s. Against Doomsday.
Oh.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Did you have the black bagged issue and it came with a mourning band you could put on your arm?
I hope you didn't open it.
I was not alive that time.
Wasn't alive.
I opened it. I had to read the issue.
Awesome. Thanks, Idlex. All right, let's go through these answers here for our first prize. A great.
Joe, can I give an answer to this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Okay. It's Han Solo from The Force Awakens, which is no, I'm kidding. It's for me. It's Johnny Depp from The Nightmare on Elm Street, where he gets sucked into the bed, and then there's like a geyser of blood, the likes of which 9-year-old Eric had never seen in his life, and it set me on a path that I could never turn away from at that point. So I know it won't win, but for me, just seeing that guy sucked into that bed and just like the gore was off the charts, and oh boy,
it was an epic death.
Wait, Joe, I want to give one too because I'm gonna have to leave soon.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna give this one. Oh, this one pretty much made me stop watching the show. Glenn from The Walking Dead.
Oh, right.
When that happened, he was my favorite. It was so brutal. It was so disgusting and horrible, and I was like, I'm done. I don't like this. Steven Yeun, such a good actor.
He's made so many great things since then.
Oh my God. Like,
honestly,
one of my favorites. He might be one of my favorite current actors. Like if I see him on something, I watch it.
Yes,
like
same.
I don't feel that way about many other actors these days. That, like,
I love him.
Awesome.
And that's why I was so sad because I loved watching him. He was such a good actor.
Did you really stop watching The Walking Dead after that?
Pretty much. I tried to stay current with it, but then the whole the storyline that they went down, it kind of got worse, then it got better, then it got worse. They've had so many up and down seasons with different writers and directors. But that season was so good. And then that happened. And what they continued on afterward with, I just didn't really care as much. I wasn't as invested.
Yeah. Matthew,
can I put one?
You want to get one?
Yeah. So this is the thing when you asked this question, the first thing I thought of was the unexpected character death, and my favorite, the early unexpected character death. I got to listen to Tom Fontana, the writer, talk, and he was talking about creating Oz, the show on HBO. Uh-huh. And when HBO came to him, they basically said, "What is the one thing you would never be allowed to do on network television?" And he said, "Kill the main character." And they said, "Could you do that?" And so he writes the pilot of Oz, but we're following this one character that he kills at the end of the pilot. And then it's like you think this character's it's such a badass move. It's always been pretty cool.
Whoa.
Do you know the character's name at all?
Dino Ortolani. I had to look it up. It was John Sada's character is all I remember. He's in one episode and then he's dead.
Wow.
And then it's like, oh right, this whole ensemble is actually the real focus. I
still haven't seen Oz.
I remember loving Oz when it first came out.
Dark.
Early prestige television.
Yes. Yeah. Maybe like the first.
Maybe the first.
The first.
Followed quickly by The Sopranos and The Wire. They were all like bam, bam, bam. It's like it happened really quickly. In what was it? In Oz. Yeah,
I haven't seen The Sopranos either. It fell in that period of your life where you're like out of college and have no money and hence no cable.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have a whole lacuna like that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put answers up here. So if you guys, if the guests want to look at Discord chat, you can see I'll post the answers there. And here's what I'd like you to do. There's 5 of us. How about you just pick your winning answer, keep it to yourself. Then we'll quick go around the horn, and if we have like 3 of the same answer out of 5, that one will just automatically win. But if not, we can go from there and sort of start whittling things down. Have a backup ready too. Obviously, none of us are going to win. You're just on the list to give everybody anything, but we got about 10 answers or so. Let's see. Pick the best one who's going to win a 1-ring starter set. Whew. I've got mine.
Great answers. We're picking one and then a backup, right?
And yeah, one and then a backup. And obviously, there's no rubric for this. It's just whatever you feel like. It's very subjective. What spoke to you? What jumps out at you? I've got mine, and I've got my backup as well.
Okay, I've got mine and my backup.
Okay, let's start with our guests. We'll start with Sid. Sydney, what's your pick on this list?
I picked Jesus.
I shouldn't have even put it in there.
Am I allowed?
He's not allowed to win with that answer.
Of course you're allowed. Of course you're
Jesus
allowed.
always wins everything.
One time Joe got so mad at me and McD because we picked the silliest answer that was given.
Let me tell you the story real fast because it was Fisco and she's here and she won because of it.
I can hear you being like, it's not apples to apples. This is real.
So I admit it was a little bit of a tricky question. The question was, who took a gamble? Who took a gamble? And it was real life fiction, doesn't matter. Who took a big risk, right? Like in any, respect. What, give us a person. So my favorite answer I remember voting for was Lloyd Christmas with Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber. Like, he drove all the way across the country to try to get this girl to love him. And she, there's no way it's going to happen. He took a big risk, left his whole life behind. Anyway,
there's a very small chance.
Right, exactly. You're telling me there's a chance. And so it was very like that kind of ish stuff. And then Fisco called in and she said, it was very early. And she said, I think it's the person who leaves the comfort of their home to go try something very difficult and they're unsure of. And I was like, and I wrote it all out. And we were like, I mean, we're looking for a specific example of that exact thing. Like, that's exactly what we're looking for, but need like a specific answer.
She just rephrased the question.
Classic.
And then at the end of the show,
McD and I picked
McDermott
that.
and Jared picked Fisco to win the contest.
Good for Fisco.
She was right.
Yeah.
It just wasn't a very specific example. Anyway,
I'll pick another one if you want.
No.
Okay.
I can't tell you. You're not allowed to pick Jesus. All right.
I picked
Erik
Jesus.
Mona.
Well, now Sydney's swaying me to go Jesus. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so emotionally, visually, I want to pick Tote from Raiders of the Lost Ark because that guy's face melting is
okay,
the best. But I'm gonna not pick that. I'm gonna pick Spock because that really is, I think, the best.
Okay.
Jesus aside.
Matthew, what was yours?
My answer is Toad, but my backup is Spock.
Okay.
Nice.
My answer is Toad. I actually picked it because I was like, I did not see that answer coming, and it is an amazing death in so many ways. That's the only one we got 2 for so far. Jared?
I was going first answer Spock.
Wow. So we've got a tie. This is perfect. We've got 2 and 2. Sydney, you just need to break the tie. So who is the best character death here? The melting Nazi from Raiders of the Lost Ark or Spock in Star Trek 2? Break the tie.
I would feel really, really bad if I didn't
Both are great
choose both are great, but I would feel bad if I didn't choose Spock. So I'm going to say Spock.
All right, Spock. A late answer, one of the last, but a great one nonetheless. TJ Hansel, congratulations. You have won a 1-ring starter set.
Congratulations, TJ.
Mick D says, Jesus takes the L. Again.
Sharky had a comment earlier that said about Jesus being the ultimate Nepo baby, which I thought was just amazing.
Better at taking the L than the T.
Oh, nice, Eric. Nice.
Thank you.
Guys, I have to run. This was so much fun. Thanks for letting me
thank you
join.
so much for popping by and hanging with us today. I really
I'll try to listen in while I do my other stuff. Bye,
awesome.
guys.
Thank you. And if you feel like the urge, you have to say something, just raise your hand in Discord. I'll bring you on in Discord. That's fine.
Will do. Bye, everybody.
All
Thanks
right.
for tuning in. Bye.
Thanks for hanging. All right, let's get back to guest potluck, where we kind of see what our guests want to talk about today. And I know Erik Mona, you are into some nerdy stuff. Is there something you want to talk about today?
So hard to pick. You're like, hey, maybe we could talk about some nerdy stuff. And I think I sent you like a paragraph of different things that we could talk about. But the one that you seemed a little bit interested in, the one that I'm prepared to speak about, that is an obsession of mine, and it's maybe somewhat obvious as you look around my office, but I collect books. I'm a big book collector. So anywhere from old, D&D and other game stuff, but also paperback books, science fiction, fantasy, old history books, occultism. I have many interests, and I like to slake those interests by spending money on a whole bunch of books. And will I read all of these books, you ask? No, surely not. But it is about having the library of options that I could read. And so I can't stop acquiring, but hopefully one of these days I'll have the time to read even more of my stuff. But I do. I've been collecting books, and I thought that might be a little bit of a fun thing to talk about.
It's an interesting topic. I love books. I've never been into collecting books. I've never spent money on like rare books, but recently I've been interested in tracking down some of the original like paperback, like mass market paperback versions of books I read when I was younger, including like books that are not hard to find at all, like Game of Thrones. Right. But like the version I read doesn't exist anywhere anymore, that I can find. Mm-hmm. So that as a hobby is interesting to me. What is the draw for you? When did it first start for you, and how does it manifest itself? Is it going to book fairs? Is it looking for things online? Is it bidding on stuff on eBay? Walk us through a little bit of the hobby itself.
Yes. So basically, I think it might have started with comic books or maybe even D&D modules when I was very small, and seeing that there was a series of things to collect. I always have, I collected action figures as a kid, and I think just that like filling gaps always really makes me happy on this sort of like animalistic level. So there's that thrill of the chase element, and there's that like I have over 100 saved searches. Actually, I think I have 99 because that's the limit. Saved searches on eBay. And so sometimes it'll take years for something that I'm sort of trawling for to show up. And when it shows up, it fills me with this weird glee that I can't quite explain. It is not conscious thought. It just sort of happens. And so there is like a Pavlovian aspect to it, perhaps. But also I really like both having a deep breadth of knowledge on stuff, or the ability to reference things that give me that. But also, I'm always interested in the beginnings of things, so I always want to go back further. I always want to say, oh, okay, so D&D, that's really cool. What was the fiction that inspired D&D? Go to the old DMG, Appendix N. Oh, it's Robert E. Howard. Okay, well, let's get some Conan, paperbacks. But where does that come from? Who inspired Robert E. Howard? Oh, Harold Lamb and Edgar Rice Burroughs. Oh, okay, let me read those. And then, those came in pulp, so I better start collecting pulp. So I have put a tremendous amount of whatever limited funds I've been able to raise in 20 some years in the RPG business. It's almost all in books, folks. So I have quite a lot. If you're interested to check out, I don't update it as much as I used to, but I have a pretty significantly large Instagram, just Erik Mona, Erik with a K on Instagram. And that's just all my occult books, which was another sort of obsession that primarily started. They always say RPGs are a gateway to the occult. And yeah, kind of. And so I always wanted to learn more about, demons and devils. So where do those come from? I want to research that. I wanted to learn more about, so I read about a creature called a diva in first edition Monster Manual. And it's a movanic and a monadic diva. What does monadic mean? Well, I better research that. Okay, now I'm learning all about early 19th century occultism. And that made me learn about the Theosophical Society. And then I was like, I'm making a Call of Cthulhu character set in that era. Maybe he's a member of the Theosophical Society. I should probably buy a book to understand that. So I bought a book, and I'm like, I don't understand a goddamn word in this book because it's all coded cult language. So I better buy 30 more books so that I have the full, picture. And it's just this constant, mystery of history. And I'm always trying to fill those gaps. And I just like doing it in the form of books.
Let's talk about some specific books. I'm interested in these occult books that you talk about. What are you talking about here in terms of publication dates, publication locations, and what's some of the content of an occult book? Is it spells, literally spells and stuff?
Could be. That'd be what's called a grimoire, and I have a number of those. They go anywhere, back to, a lot of them will say they go, this is the ancient Egyptian text. Well, very rarely is that the case, but, Middle Ages all the way through, I'd say 1930 or something is probably what I'm interested in. Once it gets beyond that, it's a little bit more modern, sort of new age kind of ESP sort of style stuff. And I'm not as interested in that. I'm more interested in sort of how it connects to mythology and folklore and stuff like that. And that was really heavy in the late 19th, early 20th century, I would say. So that's probably the bulk of the occult books that I own are from 1870 to about 1920, probably in there. So a good example of an occult book that probably anyone who's interested in demonology might want to check out. You got this guy right here, the
Goetia.
Or Goetia. I'm not really sure how to say it. But it's the
that's an Impossible Landscapes
of Solomon the King. This is very, very influential. A lot of the demons and things come from this book. This is a particular version edited by our boy Aleister Crowley, who's not my favorite, but is an interesting figure in 20th century and late 19th century occultism. And you can see in, let me just grab a random spread here. There's little summaries of 72, I think, 76 different demons. There's Paimon, who I think is in Hereditary, I think.
Yeah.
And so you can see there's these seals, which are allegedly from King Solomon, who created the Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem, and he bound all these different demons in an iron flask, which is where the iron flask of Eternity the Merciless comes from in D&D, and a lot of the demons in the Monster Manual and stuff are from this book. These illustrations here, which are kind of more modern, those are from a book called one of them is Pseudomonarchia Demonicon. There's Colin DePlancy is this guy who did a history of demons, and then that was adapted into this. And so you can just learn a lot more about demons. Let me just jump to an interesting one. Let me see. Ipos. I like Ipos in part because he looks like this, which is really weird. Look at that guy. That's pretty weird. And so the description of it, there's like a seal, and you can like summon these people. I don't recommend it, I guess. And it says the 22nd spirit is Ipos. He is an earl and a mighty prince, and appeareth in the form of an angel with a lion's head and a goose's foot and a hare's tail. He knoweth all things past, present, and to come. He maketh men witty and bold. He governeth 36 legions of spirits. His seal is this, which thou shalt wear, etc., etc. And then there's a whole bunch of rituals in this book.
There's so many of the demons in that book. I read about this in Impossible Landscapes from Arc Dream Publishing with Delta Green. So many of them, it just details how many legions they command.
Yeah.
Like so many
there's
of
a
them.
lot
I'm
of
like,
that.
Why?
A lot of it's just like sort of fan fiction, and a lot of it's just sort of like extrapolating on things from the Bible.
It's wild.
Mythology.
It's wild that Sydney just left. When we were playing that game, they find that book. The characters find that book in a house. Yeah. And there's details in the book that really unlock some mysteries of the adventure. And Sydney has a version of that book.
Oh, cool.
Like, a modern printing of that book. And she was like, wait a minute, I have that book. And she brought it into the game and was actually using it as evidence and reading it from it for them solving mysteries and stuff. It was really cool. It was really neat.
Just a couple more just to show on the occult side of things. One I always recommend, and it's not expensive. It's been reprinted a bunch of times. This is called The Encyclopedia of Occultism by a guy named Lewis Spence. And this book is exactly what it says on the tin. It is just densely packed, encyclopedic. Just this spread, it's like, let's see, chakras, Charlemagne, charms, Chasmi, which is a type of demon or devil in D&D. The Chevalier de l'Enfer, the Knights of Hell. These are demons more powerful than those of no rank, but less powerful than titled demons, counts, marquises, and dukes. They may be evoked from dawn to sunrise and from sunset to dark. So just little snippets of weird occultism.
Who's that by? Who created
Lewis
that? Because I'm seeing
Spence.
Several. Lewis Spence. Okay, yeah.
Highly
I'm
recommend
putting that on my list.
And then just because it was next to one of these other books, I thought I'd grab it because it's got a fun cover. This is a book called The Great Book of Magical Art, Hindu Magic, and Indian Occultism. This is your classic L.W. de Lawrence, turn of the century. De Lawrence was a charlatan who just basically plagiarized a whole bunch of other books and published them. In fact, Jared, you might recall my Stream of Blood character, Pemberton, Poldark, I think was his name. He was a publisher in the vein based him off of de Lawrence, who made a whole series of books like this. So this has got cool, illustrations on the inside of it. Lots of just random information about, Eastern occultism. So that's pretty cool there. That's just a quick selection of literally
Eric, do you have a Malleus Maleficarum?
Of course,
and is that
you
real?
gotta have the Hammer of the Witches, yes. The Malleus Maleficarum, which is the guidebook for witch hunting. Yes, that's a cornerstone. Like the Gosha, I think all quality occult libraries need to have that book.
Yeah, awesome. What is
very cool?
What is the oldest book that you have?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that because I just grabbed it off the shelf right before we started this. And it was a total mystery. So I have a number of different things that I search for when I'm looking for books. And I found one that hit some of my keywords on eBay. It was like, this is an old occult book. And and that was all the information that it said. And it was like $50. But it was in with a bunch of stuff. Clearly it was a picker, like a guy who goes into old barns and stuff, because there was the only book, but the caliber and the age of some of the other stuff they had and just the mystery of it made me really intrigued. And this was the picture that the eBay listing had. It looked like this.
Wow. And the Necronomicon.
Like, okay, what is this? And also I'm like, is that duct tape? And it is. It's bound in duct tape. But these are the original boards, I think, as well. So, obviously, this has got a lot of age on it. So I was like, $50, I'll give it a shot. And I'm going to have to be very careful opening this book because it is very old. It is from 1756.
Whoa!
And I'll show you what the title spread looks like.
Whoa. Wow.
And then it's got this really cool illustration of a bunch of different
Dictionary of all religions.
That's right, baby. It's the historical dictionary of all religions from the creation of the world to this present time. This present time being 1756. And essentially what you have in here is somewhat similar to the Encyclopedia of Occultism. You have, and I'm trying to find one that might resonate with people here, but you have an encyclopedic list of like all of these different demons and gods and rituals and stuff, just to give you a sense. It's very heavy and very fragile, so I got to be a little bit careful with it. But, this has just got, like, I'm sure, let's see, Asmodeus. That's one that people probably know, and I suspect he's in here. Wow. So let me just see what they had to say about Asmodeus.
And I mean, $50. That sounds like a pretty good deal.
I mean, this book is worth a lot more than $50. That is for sure. But I think it's pretty darn cool.
What's it called there?
It's called An Historical Dictionary of All Religions from the Creation of the World to the Present Time. And as it's from the 18th century, the title continues, containing a display of all the pagan systems of theology, their origin and their superstitious customs, ceremonies, and doctrines, blah, 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 blah. So there's all kinds of stuff. And I was looking for Asmodeus. I really hope he's actually in here. Ark of the Covenants.
Wow, I found it online on the Internet Archive.
Yeah.
And it looks like published in London.
Yep. Yeah.
You too can have a copy, though. I think yours looks older than this. For $400 from eBay.
Yeah. I bet that one will be bound in duct tape and pulled out of somebody's barn. So it says Asmodeus. Let's just read this. The evil spirit which killed the 7 husbands, and I'm having to read carefully because this is so old, the S's look like F's.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so they killed the 7 husbands of Sarah, the daughter of Raguel, on their wedding night, and was afterwards expelled by the help of smoke airing from the gall of a fifth? I don't even know what that means. The rabbis say that Asmodeus was born in an incestuous manner of Tubal-Cain and Noema, his father, and that it was his love of Sarah that made him kill those who married her, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, just like a lot of like 18th century context, 18th century books are super, super rare. In fact, any book pre-Civil War is much harder to find and usually in much worse condition than, it's kind of like a lot of comic books got ruined in the World War II, because people were recycling paper and pulps and stuff like that. There was a similar thing. I don't know if it was recycling or why exactly. It might just have to do with ubiquity of printed material or whatever, but pre-1860 or so, those books are a lot harder to find. So finding a book on eBay for $50 that's from 1756 is pretty rare and weird indeed. It will take me a while to find it, so I'm not going to waste everybody's time flipping through this. I might find it and show it later if I can. But one of the cool things about collecting old books is they sometimes come with what collectors will call inclusions, which is like to say a bookmark or a receipt or something like that. And this book has an inclusion. If I can find it, I'll show it a little bit later. But it is like a newspaper clipping from like 1758 or something like that, just used as a bookmark in this book. So it's always cool to see stuff like this guy. And then while I pulled that off, it's kind of oversized, so I kept it up on top of one of my shelves with some other oversized stuff. And just for funsies, I thought I'd pull out this, which is the IOOF Regalia and Costumes catalog from like 1909. That's the International Order of Odd Fellows, which is like a Masonic-like organization. And let me get to the cool part with all the costumes and stuff. It's just this lavishly illustrated. You can see like all of the medals that you could get.
Wow.
This thing is just super, super cool. All the different furniture you might put in your lodge, and then check this out, like all of the ceremonial robes and different outfits.
Amazing.
Some of these are pretty hardcore. Like, look at those skull and crossbones. Like, so, and I just found this sorting through like an old bookshop in Portland. So I tend to go to bookstores everywhere I go. I've got friends who are book dealers who are looking for stuff for me. Having a Instagram that's focused on books brings other people, say, hey, I've got this you might be interested in or whatever. So I've been accumulating quite a collection over the years.
That's really cool.
Incredible.
I'd love to look at those, like the spread of those robes and stuff as inspiration for, clerics or cultists or whatever. That's really neat. That's a cool concept. Thanks. Well, awesome, Erik. Thanks for sharing with us.
Thanks. Now, do you also do like you also do fantasy and science fiction, obviously, because you've got the Conan books.
A huge collection. That's downstairs, but I have a big collection of pulp magazines, softcover fantasy science fiction, and hardcover fantasy science fiction.
Do you have the entire Appendix N? Do you think?
I have most of it, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I've been kind of targeting that for maybe the longest of my paperback collection, so I have most of it.
Wow,
that's awesome. Really cool.
Let's break it up with a call here. Let's get somebody. Let's get Dr. Billy up here. We got to get Dr. Billy in on the finale.
You know it. Thanks for having me.
What's up, Dr.
How we doing?
Billy?
How we
Dr.
doing, everyone?
How's it going, buddy?
Doing great. Erik can attest to my being a fellow book collector. By how many times I came back to root through the boxes at Gen Con of the used RPGs at the Paizo booth. No less than twice a day. But it was a really cool thing to go through. The one thing I'm always adding to my apartment is new bookshelves to just get whatever it is I happen to find. I had a bunch of stuff thinking about character death, but now I'm just sort of thinking about demons. I'm thinking about this one book that I read recently. If anyone knows the author Grady Hendrix, one of my recent favorites, he's very fun. He writes horror, but with like a humorous voice. Like it strikes a fun balance. I really like his stuff. But
I love Grady Hendrix.
Oh, awesome! I knew Jared have excellent taste. But in My Best Friend's Exorcist, I won't spoil anything other than, the premise is a demonic possession. I remember looking up afterwards the name of the demon, and it's like, I found the r/demon subreddit, people talking about this demon and like going back to the esoterica that was documented in. I'm like, this is just fascinating. It's super cool to dive into. I don't know if there was any. Yeah, I'm really just thinking about demons now. It's how often do you guys think about demons? Aside from Erik, we got it.
I mean, I love demons are cool. I like demons. Sometimes I feel like the occult is like back in the day, they really didn't write like fantasy fiction or do world building, because everybody was supposed to do useful things so that. You know what I mean? Like people weren't supposed to do frivolous things. Life was a serious business. So I feel like a lot of these guys, they were like, I'm going to do some world building here, but this is all real and important. And, like we're going to have special meetings with grown men where we wear these outfits because it's real and important. And it's not just us making up stuff that we think would be cool.
Of course. Well, that makes sense. That's what I do with my D&D friends too. When I our RPG friends that I play, I'm like, okay, we're talking about this serious narrative that we've constructed, and we're working together, and it's like us sitting around our computers rolling dice.
Yeah,
right.
Dr. Billy, we didn't enter.
We didn't list our new question.
I wasn't going to let you kick me off until I heard that.
If you have a quick answer, we'll let you do it, but we can also give you a minute to think if you need it. Reminder, at the end of the show, we're going to give away a Starfinder 2e player core, courtesy of our friends at Paizo, Erik Mona, publisher. In addition to that book, we're also going to give away Murder in Metal City, which is a deluxe Starfighter 2e adventure. Comes in a box with everything you need to run the adventure. Hell of a prize for the finale of Glass Cannon Radio. And the question you must have the best answer to finish off the show is Glass Cannon Radio got nipped in the bud a little bit early, and that's okay. one thing we can't say about it is it definitely didn't go on too long. So our final contest question is, what went on too long? What should have stopped earlier or been shorter? Do you have something that comes to mind right away, Dr. Billy? If you want a minute to think about it, you could do it in chat, and I'll just write your answer.
I think I got one. It's newer, and I think hopefully it'll be a hot topic. Is Dexter.
Dexter.
Because
how many sequels have there been?
Because that one had the honor of going on too long twice. The original run, and then now the reboot. Just oh my god, or the sequel, and just my
tragic. Wife. So my wife has this thing where
thanks,
she's
Dr. Billy. We're gonna let you go.
Guys.
And hold on, Jared. Hold that thought a second, Jared.
No, I have to say this. Go ahead, Jeff.
I want to get in our another guest. We have another new guest entering the fray, entering the melee, and I'm sure she'll want to hear your story. Step to accept my invite to the stage, and please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful Mary Lou.
Oh, yay!
Mary Lou, your mic is muted.
Whatever. Hi, guys. Hi.
Whatever.
Mary Lou just committed sacrilege in the chat. Sacrilege, I say.
What? Which one?
How?
What do you mean? Which one? Which one? I did talk about the Catholics and I talked about Battlestar Galactica. So I really could actually be. You could be talking about sacrilege. I don't know which one are we referring to?
Talking about the Battlestar Galactica one.
Are you kidding me?
Wait,
the last season is so bad.
Battlestar Galactica is my answer for what went on too long.
Yes. I need to get a drink of water.
Matthew, leave. Go.
We can debate this when you return. Jared, you were just about to start a story. What were you going to say?
Well, first of all, my answer for what went on too long.
Oh, wait, he's actually leaving.
Witch burnings. But
yes, it doesn't have to be a TV show. It doesn't have that. That's a good one, Jared.
I'm a feminist. What can I say? And what I was going to say about my wife is just she's like a completist with TV. So if she starts a show, she watches every episode, no exceptions. It doesn't matter if it gets bad. She will watch 3 bad seasons. And she watched all of Dexter back when it came out, and she has watched every episode of the new Dexters and I'm like, is it good? One. And she's like, like,
yeah.
She watched all of Sons of Anarchy. She watched all of Nip Tuck.
She's our strongest soldier.
You're so weird.
That is actually amazingly
You're allowed
strong.
to give up on things, but she won't.
My wife is still watching every season of Call the Midwife, which I watched a considerable amount of. And
I watched so much of that with my mom. It was great. It was great.
Mary Lou, double check here. I don't think your mic is correct. At least in StreamYard. You're recording locally, right?
He's always screaming at me. Yeah, I am, and it is correct in.
All right, great. That instantly sounded
now
better.
Now it's correct.
Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
Always yelling at me.
Welcome in, Mary Lou. We have been having a wonderful last run on Glass Cannon Radio. Thank you for guest hosting multiple times.
It was so fun. I loved it.
It was great having you on throughout the run here. Right now, we're in a segment called Guest Potluck, where we're kind of kicking around to our guests and saying, "Hey, what do you want to talk about? What's something nerdy you got going on in your life, or you're into, or whatever?"
You mean me?
Not to put you on the spot, but is there something you're into you want to talk about? Something you got going on? We could. I can give you a minute to think while I take a caller. You want a minute to think?
I should have thought about this already, but I don't know. I'm just sort of vibing.
Okay. Well,
just vibe. Think about it. Well, we can come back.
Let's get Minshew Mustache up here. I love the name Minshew Mustache. Welcome.
Have we ever had this caller? I don't think we have.
Hello. No, I've not been here before.
Welcome in.
Hello.
First thing, my name is also Jared, spelled the same way. So I appreciate
we met in Boston
that way. No,
we hung
you
out in
not.
Boston, right? We didn't?
No, that's a different Jared.
Oh, wow. There's a couple Jareds. Okay, cool.
Nice. Well, welcome in, man. What did you want to talk about today?
I had a question for Jared specifically, but since we have guests, I'll extend it. So I'm a big fan of Game Garage. Absolutely loved that show. So my question was, I guess just one for each of you. If you could have a 5-episode run of any game, you GMing it, what game would you run?
Oh, great question, Minshew. You know what? I'm going to let everybody answer that, and I'm going to let you go, but not before you get an answer to the contest question. What went on too long, Minshew Mustache?
For sure. I was thinking about this, and I think easy answer, The Office went on too long. Not even after Steve Carell left.
It's a good answer.
I liked some of those initial seasons, but then just a little too long after that.
Great answer and a great question. Let's start with Jared. Jared, I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back. But you kick us off with, what would you do? A 5-episode run right now?
Number one or number two? I just need to know how long I'm going to vamp.
Number one.
Are you sure? Because sometimes you go in for a number one and then suddenly you're like, whoa, wait a second.
What went on too long? That number one. All right, I'll be right back.
Too long. I have an answer to the question. My favorite games, for whatever reason, are the World of Darkness games. Those are the games that I started with a little bit more than D&D style games. And one of the hardest games to play is a game I love called Mage. And I would do a 5-episode arc of Mage. The Ascension is awesome, and that's the original one. Well, that's there have been different iterations of these games. I like one called Mage the Awakening.
Is this what you're running at Nashville?
I am going to be running this at Nashville and Nashville, Mage the Awakening. And it's an occult, bringing us back to Erik's book collecting. It's a game about, occult magic. And it uses a lot of the kind of, concepts that you might get. Goetia or Gosha or Goetia is a part of this game. All kinds of different occult stuff factors into this game. And it has a magic system where you have like spells you've learned like in D&D where you're like, oh, I can become invisible when I cast this spell. But it also has improvised magic where sometimes you can go, oh, I have the right dots to try to pull off this thing I just thought of off the top of my head. So anyway, that's my answer. That's my answer right now. In 6 months, it would probably be something else.
I have one. So this is Erik. We talked about this at Gen Con.
Okay.
And I can't remember. Maybe Troy inspired both of us to get it. But either way, I picked up this book.
Brindlewood
Bay.
Nice.
Is basically Murder, She Wrote. It's like a Lovecraftian Murder, She Wrote that acknowledges the tropes of 80s TV detectives.
Yes.
And one of the mechanics is you can basically like cut to commercial. So if you if you're running the game and you like something dramatic happens, you can cut to the commercial, and there are mechanical effects. You basically ask the players to like improvise a commercial, and there's a whole things you can do, and that will give them mechanical bonuses to what happens when you come back from commercial.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
I think that the original like the kind of first adventure module you can get is something that's called The Nephews Are in Trouble.
Yes.
Because you play everyone's aunties.
They're aunties and grandmas. Yeah.
I really want to play.
Yeah, I think I would. I think I would be best at doing something like Rob Kerkovich's procedural, because I've consumed so much procedural episodic TV in my life. I think I could run that pretty well. But I also I love space, and so I was thinking Starfinder would be really fun. I had so much fun playing Starfinder in those last 2 episodes, and I love the world in that one. I had so much fun reading it.
You gotta do some Traveler character creation with us one day.
I've never played Traveler. Yeah, I would love that. One of those, maybe. Yeah.
And Erik, what 5-episode arc would you run?
I have something in mind because I was prepping for a campaign that just kind of fizzled out, and I had I was going to become the GM, and we were playing, of all things, the G.I. Joe role-playing game.
Wow.
And we did a fun scenario where we're infiltrating a Cobra base with missiles and guns and things. But I wanted to take it a next step, and I had this whole idea of a arc in the campaign set down in the Florida bayou where they were having Dreadnought tryouts. and you could try out to become a Dreadnought. And like all of the Joes would have to go in undercover and like make up their own stupid Dreadnought name, like describe their outfit. And I had like all these different, like, okay, you got to race to build like the little swamp skimmers that Zartan rides, you know, so there's mechanics element to it. And then at the end, you had to do a credible rendition of the famous mind-controlling Dreadnought song Cold Slither by the band Cold Slither, and I was going to make the players sing. It was all a multi-session exercise in player discomfort, and I had it all ready to go, and it was going to be so great, and I think it'd be super fun to do on a stream or something. So I would do a 5 episode arc of G.I. Joe Dreadnought tryouts.
That would be so fun.
This is why you crush it at Glass Cannon retreats. Like the stuff you bring to the table.
Maybe I'll do it. Yeah, maybe I could do it at a retreat.
Next time, let's get back to Vegas one day, and
for sure.
We'll have to have you run that concept. Jared, what did you end up saying?
Mage, which I am running in Nashville. So
awesome.
Yeah.
My answer is also going to be a game in Nashville. That's why it's happening in Nashville, because I want to play it so bad. Mary Lou, what did you say?
I said either on two opposite ends of the spectrum completely. Either Rob Kerkovich's procedural or Starfinder.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you loved that Starfinder game. We had so much fun.
Loved it.
Matthew.
I said Brindlewood Bay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That would be really cool.
Joe, happy we could catch you up there.
Well,
some
I just
other
want to make
things
sure
that
I
we
didn't
talked
repeat
about
anything.
while you were
of course,
gone.
I wouldn't, because
well, what's your game that you're running in Nashville?
I'm very excited to run in Nashville. A game I've run before, but it's been a long time, and it's been kind of like gnawing at me. I want to get out there and play it again, and I've got a little bit more experience this time, especially with running kind of more improv off the cuff random encounters. I like the idea of I'm going to bring my box set down to Nashville of Twilight 2000.
Nice. Yeah. Ooh, what's that?
You don't know what Twilight 2000 is?
No.
Twilight 2000.
You tell her while I use the bathroom.
The tagline is
young.
Fantastic. I'm too young.
It's true.
The tagline is
I wasn't even born yet.
Role playing in the World War III that never was.
Ooh.
And so it takes place in an alternate year 2000 where the Soviet Union never fell. And in 2000, there was a limited nuclear exchange between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and it shattered the world's infrastructure. But it's not like pure post-apocalyptic, but like what you end up playing as either civilians or soldiers stranded in Poland, where there's no military structure left, and you're just trying to survive. And
sounds awesome.
It's so cool. And the box set is awesome. I mean, it just comes with a deck of cards of just literally random encounters. You know, you come up to a burnt out husk of a tank, and there's like a family living inside of it. What do you do? Like, can you trust her or whatever? There's minefields you come across, right? Old minefields from the war. You can come across Soviets. You can come across, somebody that was your enemy at one point. Can you, survive together? It's really neat, cool. Really interesting.
I love alternate history stuff. I was so excited for Man in the High Castle, and then it was so bad, but that sounds amazing.
I really liked the first few episodes of that.
Yeah, I watched the first few episodes, and I was like, this is vibey so good. And cool.
And then I was like,
this is gonna be the new Lost, and then it was
Then I definitely kind of fell off of it.
That is the coolest game ever. I want to play that.
Anyway, great question. Let's take one more quick caller, and then I'm going to introduce a little topic for discussion to the group here. Draconic, if you want to join us here, why don't you hop on in, join the show?
I'm after Draconic. I know what my topic's going to be.
Oh, you do? All right, great. Then I'll kick it to you. Draconic, what's up?
Hello.
How you doing?
Hi, Draconic.
Hello. Hello. I played with Coronas with you in Vegas.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Awesome. Welcome back. What do you want? What do you want to talk about today?
Well, I mean, now I'm all interested in those games that you're running in Nashville.
Yeah.
So the mage, the Mage the Awakening?
That's what Jared's running, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what Jared's running? Oh, sorry, Jared. I forgot Jared stepped away.
He's here.
Back,
He's
baby.
back.
Okay. There's a whole series of those, right? Like,
oh, baby, DM me on the Discord and I'll tell you everything you want to know.
Is that the same as the Hunter and the... okay.
Yes, it's the World of Darkness series of games, which most famously...
World of Darkness.
It's a whole series of games from White Wolf back in the 90s and early 2000s, and Vampire is probably the most famous game out of that line.
Awesome. Draconic, your mic is a little rough, so I'm going to have to let you go, but give us an answer here. Let's see. What went on too long?
I guess the original one that went on too long and coined the phrase "jump the shark." Happy Days.
That's a great answer. I mean, you kinda, you know,
it was just the anniversary of Jumping the Shark, I think 2 days ago, and of that episode airing. And Henry Winkler posted about it on Twitter and just said, "Yeah, that was a great day. We had fun." And I think that's like the perfect cap to it.
Yeah, that's the perfect response. All right, Mary Lou, you wanted to guess potluck.
Yes.
You wanted to bring something to the table to talk about.
Okay, this one's going to be really controversial. It's more about video games, I think, than TTRPGs, but I think applicable to both. Difficulty in games.
Ooh.
I'm playing Hollow Knight right now because Silk Song came out, and I never played Hollow Knight because I just never wanted to. I've never really played platformers. I don't like 2D. I don't know. I didn't get it. I've started playing it. I love it. I'm so bad. I'm really bad at this game,
it's
and
hard.
I don't know if I can play. Like, I don't know if I can keep going. And that's part of it, right? Like, I want to respect game developers. Like, that's part of the creativity and the artistic vision, is if it's difficult, you know, often it can be. At least it definitely is for Team Cherry. But then there's like, I want to play it too.
Yeah. It's a really good point.
I'm bad. I didn't grow up on platformers. You know, I didn't play Mario. I've no experience there. I don't have the muscle memory and the hand-eye, the brain to finger like thing that, but the reflexes.
Yeah. You almost have to like not think, right?
You
like
have to not think.
Yeah,
you have to like
so
set some
fast,
intentions. I have to like set some intentions and then just like hope and pray that it all works out. And it's really hard, and I'm really enjoying the game. But so I don't know. What do we think about difficulty in games? Should every game have difficulty settings? I don't know.
So Hollow Knight does not have difficulty settings. That's what you're saying.
It does not.
And so these are two different questions. We can answer yours first, and then I'd like to throw in a question philosophically about difficulty levels in games. Not should there or shouldn't there, but when you play a new video game, what level do you play it at? Do you play it at normal every time when it's a new game? Do you play it at hard? Do you play it on easy when you play a new game? I'm interested.
I start at normal.
You start at normal.
I start at normal, and if I get my ass kicked, then I'll go to easy if I still want to keep playing. Or
I'll
I can
start
just
at
get
normal,
good.
and if I get my ass kicked, I don't play the game. So this is similar to what you're dealing with Hollow Knight. So is the difficulty of the game is the difficulty of the game as a character basically like an integral component of the game is how hard it is, and it's gatekeeping people that may want to enjoy the story of it or the aspect of it from playing it. Is that a bad thing? Does every game need difficulty settings? Matthew, your thoughts? You weren't paying attention.
No, I was paying attention. I have very little to offer on this. That's
fine. I know you occasionally play video games.
Yeah, and historically, I will take your approach, Joe. I'll start it on normal, and if it is too hard, it's not fun, I just kind of stop playing. I peter out.
Mm-hmm. Like I don't get that the same. A lot of people have that, like, I'll play this boss 50 times and die 49, but on the 50th when I beat it, isn't that amazing? And I love that feeling. I don't like that. I'm bored. And I would like to move on.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So I would say in your case, my opinion is that it's fine. I think it's great. I think you should gatekeep out the people that aren't good enough to play the game. It's rewarding for those that can, and those that can't, play another game. I mean,
I've accepted I'm not going to play Silksong. Like, I'm not even going to start it.
So I've played Silksong. I started it up.
You did?
Because I played Hollow Knight back in the day. Never beat it. It was too hard. I fired up Silksong. I've been playing it. I yelled a bunch at the screen. That happened. But then I would eventually beat a boss and be very happy with myself. I do like that feeling of failing, then succeeding. It gives me that adrenaline rush, the endorphins hit. Mm-hmm. I dig it.
It's like watching you and Troy play all of your Dark Souls games, where you're like, the two of you would just be enraged for hours, and I'd be like, "This is fun for you? Like,
why is this fun for you?" Skid. Also, my brother-in-law are two people that come to mind who are like, I love watching people play like Dark Souls games. Like, I enjoy watching. I'll never play it. It's so stupid to me to like have to work that hard for a game. But I enjoy watching good people play because it's a cool story, it's a cool setting, it's a cool environment. But I can't. I'm not interested in playing it.
Can I weigh in on this?
Yeah,
please.
I just, what I don't understand is like why certain games are like, this is your new part-time job. You need to put in about 25 hours a week on this in order to get any kind of feeling of advancement. And then the people that do it, I'm like, you don't want to take a walk or go to work. I don't understand how you're finding all this time. Yeah. And, I'm someone who really does try to find time for his hobbies. I play games at home with a home group, and I try to read books and watch movies and do all those things. And I have children, and I barely get it done. And I don't know. Sometimes I look at YouTube, and some people are like, suicide level difficulty speed run. And I'm like, that must have taken you weeks of your life to get to that level of expertise. I don't quite understand it. Don't they want to do other things? I guess
you've heard
not.
of hardcore mode in like World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
there are certain servers where if you die forever.
Yeah, character death, true character death,
true character death in World of Warcraft. A game where you can dedicate like 40 to 50 hours, 80 hours to a character. Way more probably to get to level 50, to get to level 80. And if you die, that's gone. It's gone. There's no way to get it back. And people like it. They like that. These absolutely psycho perverts. They love it. There are scores of them. And I played on Turtle WoW, which is like a private server that just recently got shut down. Like a private WoW server that was separate from Blizzard and made some of their own like homebrew rules. They actually like invented the hardcore mode thing, I think. And in the chat, it would say if a super high level character died. So they'd say like, Ding Dong, level 49, has just died to a, kobold warrior. And then in the chat would just go, rip bozo, like RIP, see ya, bye, wow, what a loser. And it's like,
oh my God. So brutal. Look, Jared looks completely baffled. He's like,
No, I'm not baffled. I mean, I think that like, to me, permadeath for your character is kind of cool. That adds a lot of stakes to the game. But what I don't understand is like, I kind of almost don't understand the level of commitment. It's like when I was complaining about Doorstopper Fantasy last week, and I was like reading 9 volumes where, a lot of them are 1,000 page books. It's just like, I want to do lots of things in my life. I don't want to just master World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
But other people feel differently.
Rodich said, "Don't kink shame." I feel like that's kind of what what I am doing. Sorry, psycho perverts.
That is kind of what's happening. Well, let's take a call here. There's more probably video gamers in the callers here than among our guests. Oh man, it wouldn't be a finale of Glass Cannon Radio if we didn't get Epic Dave up here. Where's Epic Dave? Epic Dave has thoughts. which makes me nervous.
So
Dave,
many thoughts.
Rein it in, David.
So 2 things. No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know where to start. The topics have changed so much.
Yeah, just pick something
we
top of
just
mind.
entered hour 4.
Yeah, and it's flying by for me. I don't know about you guys. Dave,
I think Jared hit my I have thoughts point on the RP on the level of difficulty. Is like I just don't have time anymore. Like I would love to play things on normal, but story mode or somewhere between normal and story has been kind of my go-to. Just to be able to see the game that I paid for without killing the amount of time I have to spend with my family. So
it's I do like I have done that with a few games recently. As I'm getting older, I'm like, okay, story mode, just because I want to see the story. But sometimes if the challenge isn't there, I get a little taken out of it. It's a very fine line.
Same. Cool? If it's too easy.
What's cool is like you can either have like a loving partner and maybe like children whom you raise and who give you snuggles and make you hopeful for the future, or you can beat your favorite game on hardcore mode. And both are equally valid decisions.
Being a dad is on hardcore mode, apparently. I'm finding out.
Yeah, it is for me.
At all times.
Yeah.
On the WoW topic, have any of you seen the rating of a funeral from the original OG WoW?
No. Wait, this is from a long time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. My hot boyfriend showed me.
Yeah, they basically a person died in real life and they were popular in the game, and so they had an in-game funeral for them on a PvP server in a neutral zone. So of course an Alliance guild said, "Oh, well, we're going to go do this." And like people were wearing funeral vestments and stuff. The guy whose camera that's recording the screen, he's getting like 2 FPS because there is so many spells and killing so many people so fast. They put it to music. I highly recommend watching it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. What better way to honor an icon of the server than to raid their funeral?
To do. It's great.
So insane.
I'm going to give you my entry for a TV show just in case.
Yeah,
cut me off
Well, it doesn't have to be a TV show,
but it can.
It doesn't. But I had numerous things pop up that I think didn't go on long enough. So this one was actually harder. But I'm going to say something I think that everyone is going to get upset about. The Simpsons. I absolutely love the show. I loved it.
Yeah.
It is on season 972. I think it's the same age as me. Like at some point, move on.
Wow, interesting.
That is a brave take, but a great answer.
That's a great answer.
Yeah.
It's true.
The
Simpsons jumped the shark.
It doesn't mean it wasn't great.
Simpsons jumped the shark in 2006.
I mean, The Simpsons is iconic of anyone who was born in the 70s and 80s growing up and watching through the 90s. It's the precursor that gave us South Park and all these other things. You can't have all these things without it. But
do you remember what a cultural moment The Simpsons movie was?
Yes.
That was like a countrywide experience, changing the 7-Elevens to Duff Mart. It was the first time they did those real world tie-in events and sold Duff beer. And it was crazy.
Thanks for the answer,
now,
Epic David.
Yeah, they don't have the same.
It was probably 17 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, wait, I want to check when Simpsons the movie came out. Because I remember when Simpsons the movie came out, I was like, wow, it took them this long to do a Simpsons movie? 2007 Simpsons the movie.
Oh, you were out by 1 year, Jared.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Not too bad, Jared.
I feel like they don't have the same cachet.
I want to enter another topic in a discussion here on the gaming end of things, and I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it. But before I do, I want to set up for our next segment coming very, very soon, maybe in the next 30 minutes or so. We're going to have a little Beat McD contest. A caller from the contest from Discord can go head to head with McD on something. We wanted to try to keep these thematically about being our last show. There's another huge realm of nerddom that we've never talked about or delved into on Glass Cannon Radio, and that is little tease there with the old Twilight 2000. That is post-apocalyptic fantasy and science fiction. That setting of the whole world is dead, right? As Glass Cannon Radio wraps up, we think about what stories about when things are gone and everything's gone away, and there's so much great media out there on it. What we're gonna do is have Jared go head to head, McD and a caller go head to head on post-apocalyptic media trivia. 5 questions. They're pretty general. They're kind of easy if you're into that
They're
world.
Easy, but if you know all our callers, they are extremely difficult.
Anyway, if you want to get in on that, I'm going to call out for entries in about a half hour. So just prep yourselves and get ready. Start doing some research. All right. What I'd like to enter into the mix and conversation here is an RPG question I don't think gets brought up very often, and I'd love to hear your guys' take on it. And it is something that we all experience when we make characters, particularly in Pathfinder, D&D type games, even Shadow Dark, OSR games have a similar thing. But I think the games that went into more detail on equipment, this definitely raises up for me. And it's the concept of equipment in general and how that intersects with optimization. And so my question to you guys is, how do you approach weapons and armor as a player when you're building a character, when you are faced with decisions of perhaps, using optimal weapons for your character versus variety? Right? Because after a long time of playing, you've used a lot of swords. Do you ever think like, I really just want to make a character all around just using a hammer because I've never used one before? Do you ever make characters based around equipment or put equipment in the forefront of your thinking? Do you care about crit ranges from Pathfinder 1E or other things or other weapon properties that you're like, you can't not choose this weapon. It has to be this one. It has to be the rapier. If you are a rogue because of X, Y, and Z, it's obviously the best weapon. Just curious your approach on these things. Matthew, I'll start with you.
When I'm making a character, I feel like there are certain examples when, yes, where you're like, oh, I'm doing this kind of this kind of class, and there's a specific weapon that you kind of need, otherwise the class isn't as fun, it doesn't really work. Yes, right. There are those examples. But I find usually I'm like, in my process of building a character, I get to the equipment and I'm like, oh God, I need to take a nap, right? It's like, I'm like, okay, now I have to find the perfect...
It seems like a chore at the end of all the fun parts of character creation, a lot of times.
And like, there's so much, especially when we were playing Pathfinder, there's so much cool stuff. And there's all those, you and I have had many discussions about this, Joe, but there's great, relatively cheap magic items, like that are just so fun and so cool and a little unexpected and maybe have roleplay potential. There's so many of them. And I always feel like, oh God, I can't do this right now. And I always put it off. It's like, I put it off to the very last minute, and then it bites me in the ass.
What about you, Erik? What's your approach on when you're playing a game? How do you approach equipment, weapons, and armor?
I'm probably a little bit more likely to make the choices that I think fit the character more than trying to optimize, because I'm optimizing the shit out of other stuff like the feats and class ability choices. And so the thing that comes immediately to mind is that in the very first Pathfinder campaign that ever there was at the Paizo offices, as we were kind of getting the beta for the original first edition in gear and transitioning from Dungeons & Dragons to Pathfinder, I wanted to play a barbarian because we were going to do some interesting things with the barbarian class. And I always try to pick a different, for long-running campaigns, I always want to pick something new just to keep myself kind of interested. And as a publisher, to make sure I understand what we're actually publishing. And so barbarian was the first one I wanted to do. And I again, this is what I have in mind. These Frank Frazetta, 1970s paperbacks. And none of those guys wear armor of any kind. They're lucky if they're wearing a diaper, frankly. And so I wanted to create a barbarian that did not wear armor. And so for the first 2 or 3 levels, I'm just like, I'm not wearing armor. And that was challenging, because the rules pretty much assumed that you were going to wear armor. So there was this like discongruity between what I saw in my mind as like, this is what the prototypical barbarian is, and then what the rules sort of forced you to do. And so my recommendation for everyone is be present at the founding of a role-playing game company. You work yourself up over years to become the publisher of the role-playing game company. Write an archetype designed to make a non-armored barbarian playable, and then force your designers to put that in the advanced player's guide. So that's what worked for me. And I introduced the Savage Barbarian, I think it was called, archetype. And then also later I had the opportunity to do a Pathfinder rules appendix when we did a crossover with Red Sonia, and she doesn't wear a lot of armor either, you might have noticed. And so I really got to kind of lean into making rules to emulate the kind of character that I wanted to make. And honestly, if I'm pulling it back and trying to make it not a joke, because it's pretty hard to become the publisher of a role-playing game company, is work with your GM. If there's some rules element that's getting in the way of you playing the character that you want to play, particularly if you're not trying to cheese an advantage out of it. Like maybe you're saying, hey, I really want to play a sling wielder, but there's something about the sling rules that are pushing me off of that. Maybe talk to your GM, and maybe there's a way for the two of you to come up with a campaign-specific rules change that allows you to play the character you want to play instead of the character the rules tell you have to play.
Yeah, just leaping off of that for a second, I'll kick this to you, Jared. I'm curious your approach on something like this. Proficiencies, they're in 2E, they're in 1E, they're in 5E. And they come from a long-standing history of, you just generally don't have a wizard with a great axe, right? You just generally don't have a sorcerer wearing half plate. And then people that do wear half plate, fighters that can't cast spells and stuff like that easily. There are, of course, are workarounds, but it's non-optimal, so to speak. Do you feel, Jared, that you need to limit classes? You need to limit their equipment in the rules in order to make equipment important? Like, does it cheapen equipment if you let everybody just use everything? But does that then limit creativity?
Just before Jared answers, I just want to say I have to run. So thank you all for having me.
Do you want to weigh in on this before you leave, Matthew? I feel bad.
Well, what went on too long, or this topic?
Maybe they're both the same thing. Matthew, what went on too long?
The time between when I last peed and right now.
Yep. All right, buddy. Thank you for coming by for the finale, dude. Great to see you.
Bye.
Take it easy, man. Bye. All right. Jared, your thoughts?
Yeah, it's very tricky, because I think, what makes a wizard or a rogue or a wizard if they're wearing half plate, and then, at the same time, though, sometimes in certain systems, I feel very limited in my choices, for equipment because, and so generally I tend to just take whatever the most kind of first thought optimal thing is. If a rapier is what works best for this character, I'll just carry the rapier. So it's tricky. I do like, with Pathfinder, you have the archetypes, which can kind of broaden you out kind of a bit. There are also feats, I appreciate, that's all out there. If you want to create this kind of weird hybrid character out of your imagination, that's great. I play a lot of other games other than fantasy D20 games, and in those games, sometimes I think equipment really gets forgotten, and equipment in those games is kind of wide open, and you can say so much about your character from your equipment. Like in a Call of Cthulhu game, just listing all the little things. There's a whole section for an inventory. All the little things your guy has in his apartment, all the things he's carrying in his coat. I used to, when I would run Call of Cthulhu on the Stream of Blood, I would make the characters for everybody. So there was little lift for my guests. And I would fill that sheet with all kinds of little items so that it gave you an idea of the character. Even weapons, a weapon choice, the type of gun your character carries and things like that are so flavorful. And I think that sometimes it is a shame that in some systems, in order to optimize, because the system is more tactical, you don't get as much opportunity with that. But hopefully you get it in other aspects of the character.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mary Lou, do you have any thoughts as we beat this topic around?
I tend to choose Gosh, I'm a little all over the place, I'm realizing, because I want to choose based on vibes and based on like how I picture my character.
Yeah.
More like in the art, if somebody made art of my character, what would they have, vibes based. And then I'm realizing my first campaign that I ever played, which is Ross Bryant's Homebrew, I played a Tabaxi fighter and I chose a halberd because it had the highest damage die. Mm-hmm. And I was like, well, I mean, that feels like a no-brainer to me. Why would I choose something else? And it's become a part of the character now, and so I don't like regret it at all. But like that was my thought process. Now it isn't, right? I'm more likely to create a character like around a concept of a weapon. Like I created a duelist for 5e, and yeah, it was all about the rapier. But yeah. I'm also really overwhelmed by the amount of
choices.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes I just like want to go with the default and just flavor it myself. But I think if I had patience,
bag on 5e for a second? I just want to bag on 5e and go negative.
Love that.
When you make a character in D&D Beyond based on your background, it hands you items, and sometimes you're like, I don't want that. It'll be like, you have a choice of gaming set, and I'm like, I don't want a gaming set.
I don't want a gaming set.
But you're making it on D&D Beyond, so you're like, dragon chess, I guess. Let's move on.
Dragon chess.
It's just like, open it up a little bit, I like what Erik said, make your GM agree that, your wizard has proficiency in something cool,
Yeah, and then maybe you give up something else.
Yeah, hey, I got one less cantrip. Can I be really good with thrown
that's actually
knives?
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
And I think if you are playing 5e on D&D Beyond, I'd highly encourage you to check out the new Abomination Vaults 5e port that is now on that platform. Sure to have fun for ages.
Jam a plug in there.
Yeah. I got one more coming. Yes.
Excellent.
Great.
Erik, you've been on the gaming design side of this. You've seen it firsthand. Is there a process or detail that goes into weapon design in a game to try to make weapons sort of equal to each other in power?
Yeah. There has to be. Because if there's one, like the halberd example Mary Lou gave, if there's one that looks obviously the best, you are disincentivizing literally every other choice. And
that's
obviously,
what happened to me.
A big, giant metal spiked ball on a stick is going to do more damage than a tiny little dagger or whatever. So, not everything needs to be made completely equal, but that's where a lot of the weapon traits in Pathfinder 2 come in and stuff, is just to have more nuance between the different weapons. So maybe this weapon doesn't do as much damage, but it plays into this fighting style a little bit, or gives you this other option to trip or something which might play into some of your other mechanics. So yes, there's a lot of effort that goes into trying to not balance every single weapon against one another, but make sure that there's a reason to pick every weapon, whatever that reason might be predicated on play style or your archetype or your feat choices or whatever. But yes, there's a great deal of effort that goes into not just the big joke, of course, from going back to the first edition of AD&D is like the katana is just a better sword, so why wouldn't everybody have katanas?
Right. It's just objectively better, and so all of a sudden,
and then everybody's walking around with a sword that makes no sense that they would have.
Right. A little bit of a stretch.
I visited Rokugan one time in my backstory.
Let's get a caller in. How about Sirenity? Sirenity? Am I pronouncing that right? It's like siren with an IT.
We got a guest in the wings too, Joe.
Yes.
You're pronouncing that right.
What's up, Sirenity? Welcome in. How you doing?
Hi. Yeah, I wanted to talk about character death in RPGs.
Please.
I've had a good experience with it, and I found that at the table sometimes, I've experienced character death both as a player and as a GM, and sometimes as GM players maybe have been itching to explore new ideas, and they didn't necessarily want to say bye to a player, so introducing a deadly encounter where maybe they have a choice to step up and do it has been helpful for me to resolve kind of the wishy-washiness of players sometimes.
It's like a sort of suicide by cop, suicide by GM.
It's kind of more of an opportunity for them to step up and be a hero. Like there's an NPC that they like that's in trouble and they have the skills needed to get them out, but there's peril for them if they do.
Got it.
Interesting.
I thought of that.
Serenity, give us an answer to what went on too long.
Yeah. So I'm going to say it might not be the most popular, but the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I think, has gone on just a bit too long.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
Okay,
I think.
Another good answer. Don't want to. It's not that you want to. It's not necessarily skewing negative here. It's just the reality is like some things they were great. You can't go on too long if you weren't great at some point, right? Like every one of these things is great. But it just needed to be a little bit tighter.
Witch burnings weren't great, Joe.
No, answer. I was going to say polio, and that's not
I was going to say
wrong,
racism.
Joe. Oh boy,
way too long. I think we can all agree.
Yeah,
that's
it's a good thing it's over now, though.
Yeah.
All right, Eric's was polio. Love it. All right, we got a guest. We got a new guest. Not new. A returning favorite. Rob Kerkovich is back by popular demand.
Turkey.
He left the show and our numbers just plummeted this afternoon. And now, we had to bring him. We had to cut a deal. So I worked something out offline, and we got him back. I just had to talk to his agent.
Did some back channeling.
Joe, I'm muted in Discord. It says I'm suppressed, actually.
Suppressed? I want to suppress you. This is
Help,
so annoying.
I'm being suppressed.
I
You know what went on too long? Kirk's suppression.
Find you in Discord. I don't know.
Joe loves silencing women.
There we go.
And Rob Kerkovich.
And me. Hi.
Hey, welcome back.
You nerds talking katanas in here?
Yeah, we were just doing some nerd talk on katanas, and I'll tell you what, I'm ready to just move on because this is kind of like topic. It's a little bit of potluck, but also a little bit of like. It's a blitz. It's a nerd topic blitz that we're trying to get in here before Glass Cannon Radio is gone. And there's something that we talked about multiple times having Rob Kerkovich on for. And it never came to be. And now we're out of time. And this is a whole realm of nerd-taculousness that we never discussed on the show. So we're going to do a very abridged, abbreviated version of it. And I'm going to turn it over to Rob Kerkovich and Jared. But I'd like to introduce the concept or topic of martial arts media, martial arts movies, martial arts films. We never discussed on Glass Cannon Radio. It has been on our list for months.
Never
we
got
could
to
just
it.
never work it in
Just
and
kept
have
dangling it in front of my face.
Yeah.
Like a limp nunchuck.
So I keep a list. I keep a list that I refer to every week on Glass Cannon Radio. This started organically of movies that I have to watch. These are things that guests mentioned and stuff like that I've written down over the course of the show. And so now I think I'm going to have to add some more. Rob, I can tell you this. I've never seen a single Bruce Lee movie.
Oh my
Not
God.
One. And
Joe, sometimes you piss me off.
You really do.
I know.
You're why the show is falling apart.
And I would see, geez, if there was, that is actually true. If there was one like martial arts movie that I know I've seen and I was super into, I assume this is a martial arts movie, it would be Jean-Claude Van Damme's Bloodsport.
Yep.
That one I was into when I was a kid. Does that fit the list? Is that
That fits the
sure,
list.
that's a martial arts movie.
Yeah,
sure.
great. I would argue, I mean, it's my favorite Van Damme is that one.
Okay. Yeah. I remember loving
Mine's
that
Lionheart. Mine's Lionheart.
Sure.
Other than that, I don't know the genre. So what I'm looking for you, Rob, to kick it off and just start us on this topic is what are the essentials? What are the essential martial arts movies that one must watch to understand this genre?
Okay. Well, I mean, to your earlier point, you have to see Enter the Dragon.
Enter the Dragon. Yep.
You have to see Enter the Dragon.
I just never saw it.
Which, speaking of Wicked Empire, I based Wicked Empire on the film Enter the Dragon.
Oh my God. I mean, there's so many, like, without Enter the Dragon, we wouldn't have Mortal Kombat, the video game. I don't think like we wouldn't have so much other. We wouldn't have Bloodsport. Like we wouldn't have because that movie blew up so much in the States, and it still holds up. Like his stuff in that movie, you still watch him punch, and you're like, that's not possible. Like he can't punch that. No one can punch that fast. And then I would say Drunken Master 2, Jackie Chan.
Yep. Drunken Master, all of Jackie Chan's older stuff, you gotta see. Police Story.
Yep, the first one at least.
I really like 70s ones like Snake and Eagle's Shadow.
Yeah. That's all the like I don't know, what time period would you call that? Non-contemporary. You know, that's when he's sort of like establishing his own in the midst of all these like Shaw Brothers 70s kung fu movies before he really that because he didn't start doing stunt.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, there we go.
What do you get? Oh yeah, hell yeah.
He's got a Shaw Brothers t-shirt, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just already wearing it. That's awesome.
That's amazing.
Yeah, because Jackie Chan didn't start doing like the stunt side of things until I want to say like, I think Police Story or one of those around that era was before when he started being like, oh, I'm going to hang off the side of the bus with only an umbrella.
He was in kung fu films, but interesting. He always kept there was a comedy element to his films, whereas some of the earlier stuff, there really wasn't that sort of comedy element. And all of his stuff is so brilliant at combining that almost like Buster Keaton with the fighting.
Yeah,
it's
his
really
physical
cool.
comedy is insane.
Yeah.
And then modern stuff. I mean, there's you could go. I want there to be a resurgence of the 80s straight to video action movies, right? Or like, it's like the Van Damme stuff, right? Like we don't have, back in the late 80s, early 90s, it was like everyone was trying to get their own piece of the pie. Like here's Jeff Speakman in one movie. Here's, fucking Seagal, like all these
Cynthia Rothrock,
who revealed she did an entire movie where her ACL was torn. And she still did all the fight scenes.
Wow.
So there's this golden era that we're not back to. There's a guy named Scott Adkins. He's the only one right now. And even he's starting to get old. He is the only one carrying the torch of like, oh, this is like a charismatic person who can act. He actually is pretty good. And he can do these insane things with his body. He's in a movie called Universal Soldier: Day of Reckoning.
Sounds promising.
Is that the Universal? So that's a Universal Soldier sequel.
It is. It's like the third or the fourth. I want to say it's like the fourth. And Universal Soldier as a franchise had been dormant for a bit, and they they bring it back with this movie. Jared, have you seen this movie?
No.
It's
2012.
Fucking awesome. Okay, it's like. It's not in the future, because I can't remember if Universal Soldier was supposed to be in the future or not, but this is not. And he is like a sleeper cell. He's like a sleeper Universal Soldier. Like he doesn't know that he's a Universal Soldier. And he gets sort of like Manchurian candidated, like awake or something. And now is trying to fight against. But you find out. So he's the main character. And the fight scenes in this movie are fucking insane and awesome. And
what is the name of it again? Universal Soldier?
Universal Soldier: Day of Reckoning. And what's awesome is that they bring in Van Damme and they bring in Dolph Lundgren. And Van Damme is basically a Colonel Kurtz in the forest who has recruited other Universal Soldiers and given them a place to hang out. So they all hang out in a cave, not knowing what's going on. And then they'll like bump into each other and then fucking beat the shit out of each other. And he has to, there's an amazing fight scene in like a sporting goods store. There's a car chase where you swear to God someone's about to die every moment. It's awesome. And Scott Adkins is the lead in it.
Nice.
It's like an indie action movie. It's awesome.
That's awesome.
Sorry,
there should be more of those. I was just going to ask, are the John Wick movies the contemporary like inheritors of?
They're martial arts movies for sure. Yeah. There's gunplay too, but yeah, they're absolutely martial arts movies. For me, they get a little bit dour and sort of long-winded as they go on.
They get kind of samey. I feel like I saw the third one in the theater, and I just remember being like, I'm just waiting for the dog part or whatever.
There's like just a lot of in like John Wick 3 or 4. There's just a lot of like And I know that you are an honorable man and that you have followed the system that gave you the coin. But ultimately, our alliance, and you're like, punch him.
The pow. Where's the pow? Yeah.
Cave in his windpipe with a dictionary, please.
That's why we're here.
My buddy, a comedian named Jesse Pop, used to have a bit about the fact that he found out that Jason Bourne was a series of books. He didn't know that. And he was like, what are these books like? Then Jason Bourne picks up a t-shirt and wraps it around the guy's arm. And then he uses the t-shirt to pull the guy over and he kicks the guy in the throat. Like, is that what the books are like?
He's hiding in the closet, rolling up a magazine.
Exactly.
Basic.
Can I throw
Rob,
a couple recs into the mix here?
Oh, yeah.
Please.
yeah.
All right. I'm going to go with like action stars because there's usually like one really awesome person in all these movies. Let's start with Chuck Norris. And I highly recommend a ninja flavored film called The Octagon.
Oh, yeah.
Where he's taught the arts of ninja craft by Lee Van Cleef, the most unlikely master.
When you want someone to teach you ninja, you need Lee Van Cleef.
Like a rickety old man.
Yep.
So that's a good way to go. One of my all-time favorite kung fu movies that I highly recommend to everyone stars the immortal Gordon Liu, and that is called 8 Diagram Pole Fighter.
I've seen 8 Diagram Pole Fighter.
It is the best pole fighting movie you will ever see in your entire life. Like some of the shit they do with poles. A great movie.
Is that the one where he invents the 3-sectional staff?
Oh, there's some 3-section staff.
Because
we might as well just throw it in.
Creates it.
I've seen that. Oh, yes. So good.
Master of the Flying Guillotine. Also, I highly recommend that tournament-based movie. And then if you're into ninjas, you can do no better than the master himself, Sho Kosugi. And then for that, you're going to want to hit Enter the Ninja, Return of the Ninja, and very, very critically and super importantly, Ninja 3, The Domination.
Marry me, Mona!
Ninja 3, The Domination is... it's a brain melter.
It mixes ninja craft with possession and aerobics, which I think not since the famous aerobic movie Gymkata has aerobics been so important in a martial arts movie. And then the last one, we were talking about modern guys. It's a little bit old, but I'd say he's still kind of carrying the torch. Guy named Stephen Chow. You want to check out a movie called Shaolin Soccer. One of the greatest martial arts soccer movies.
All Stephen.
Kung Fu Hustle. That's also Stephen Chow.
Kung Fu Hustle is my favorite movie.
Yes.
It is so good.
I want to go back to Ninja 3, The Domination, just for a quick second.
Please.
Joe, an aerobics instructor gets possessed by the ghost of an evil ninja who takes over her at night to get revenge on the people who killed him, which was shown in the beginning moments of the movie where he's being chased across a golf course by a helicopter. Which I think he jumps directly into at one point, kills those guys, then comes back down to the ground. Like she's got like an arcade machine in her. It's so 80s and awesome. She's got like an arcade machine in her apartment that lights up, and then suddenly she turns around and has very questionable eye makeup when she's possessed by an Asian man.
It's like someone squeezed the 1980s out of a tube.
Yes.
It's so pure.
It's concentrate.
It's concentrate.
Uncut.
Yeah,
it's so good.
I got to throw in a couple.
Yeah,
I got to throw in a couple I think we missed.
There's more?
There's endless, Joe. We could go on forever. I like the old Shaw Brothers films. So, Eric's t-shirt, but we missed like 5 Deadly Venoms, 36 Chamber of Shaolin.
I've seen that one.
One's awesome.
Yep.
And we got to be careful now that we're separating Kung Fu from Wuxia.
Sure.
Or Chanbara, okay? Because people want to mix their wuxia with their Chanbara with their Kung Fu.
Can't do
that.
No, you can't do that. So other Kung Fu film, One-Armed Boxer.
Yep.
Starring a guy named Jimmy Wang Yu who actually didn't know how to do martial arts, but One-Armed Boxer is awesome. He's a martial artist who gets his arm ripped off and then trains until he can still defeat a gauntlet of different martial artists from all over the world with one arm. Awesome. And then in Wuxia, Wuxia. So the difference with Wuxia is instead of like hand-to-hand fighting, it's more like weaponry. It's more like and it's more like mythical. Like it's more like castles and swords and things like that. And a great example is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Have you ever seen that show?
Life-changing.
Yes.
Yeah, that one's amazing. Well, that's based on a lot of other stuff. And you know, I think Flying Guillotine kind of fits into that a little bit. Flying Guillotine. Dude, Joe, do you know about the Flying Guillotine?
No.
It's it's a series of movies. Okay.
I didn't know there were more. I only saw the first one.
They were like, let's bring the Flying Guillotine back. And it's like, it's a different design in each movie, but it's like this chain with like a bear trap type thing that goes over someone's head, and you throw it and it lands on their head and you pull it and it cuts their head off.
Just takes it really
That's like out of it's like Super Mario 3D basically. Like you throw the chain with like the ball, the
chain chomp.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chip chomp.
Wow.
Yes, Joe, it's exactly like that.
That's awesome.
And then Chanbara films, of course, are samurai films, generally Japanese films, and we talked about Yojimbo earlier, Seven Samurai, those Kurosawa ones. But like, have you seen 13 Assassins?
No.
Oh, that movie's awesome.
Yeah, that's an incredible film. It's like a modern Seven Samurai that is like so bloody and nasty, and it's directed by Takashi Miike, who's just an incredible director. So, and then I could go on and on with samurai films as well, but I just want to make sure we weren't getting it confused between wuxia, kung fu.
Well, this is a hell of a list. And
Mary Lou, what do you got? You got anything?
I was gonna say Ip Man. The Ip Man movies really.
The third one, he fights Mike Tyson, Joe.
Yeah, he goes.
That's a person?
Goes to America.
Mike Tyson, yes, he was the heavyweight champion for a while.
Ip Man.
I don't know Ip Man. What is that?
Ip Man is a Donnie Yen trilogy, although now there might be 4 of them. I don't know. And it's about the guy who trained Bruce Lee. Obviously, it's heavily...
Oh, Ip Man.
Yeah.
I called it Ip Man or something. Okay, Ip Man.
Yeah.
I watched one of those. That was cool.
Yeah, the first one's awesome for sure.
So good. I was watching the third one during the pandemic, and I got so high off of brownies that I had made that I thought the movie was in claymation.
Oh, shit.
Awesome.
So that's my main memory of
in the private chat.
Yeah, I would love it if you would come on here and just said, and you got to see the third one. It's totally claymation. If I remember
the
correctly.
moment watching it and being like, when?
What?
When did we make that media
shift?
Yeah, fun night. The third one's great.
Let's get a few callers in here because we need entries for this contest. What went on too long, and let's see what people want to talk about here as we come into the last half hour of Glass Cannon Radio. What is it? Mother of Monsters. You're welcome to come up and talk to us if you'd like, if you're still there. If not, there we go. Mother of Monsters, are you there? No? All right, how about Bruce?
Hello?
Oh, there's the mother.
She is Mother.
There's Mother.
Hello, Mother.
Hey, Mother.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
Great.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. First time, last time, I guess.
Yeah, first time, last time. Good line. Bottle cap.
Ooh, yay!
What do you want to talk about?
I just wanted to call in about, it's not the greatest movie, but there is a fight scene in The Forbidden Kingdom with Jackie and Jet Li.
Oh, yeah.
They're in the sand, and that choreography, sorry, there was a baby crying in the background. That fight scene in the sand is just incredible to watch. Like, the choreography in that is awesome.
What's it called? Forbidden Kingdom?
The Forbidden Kingdom, yeah, it was like a remake of a cartoon, I think.
It's like based on the Chinese legend mythology's version of like the Odyssey or whatever.
I think so.
I think there's a game or there's another movie called Odyssey of the West. Actually, Stephen Chow directed a movie after Kung Fu Hustle that he's not in. That's also about this, where it's like the Monkey King and the like people go on this adventure. And
Journey to the West.
Journey to the West. That's what it is. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, a beautiful choreography.
Yeah, that was
I
great.
wrote it down. Yeah. Mother Monsters, give us an answer to the question. What went on too long? You too could win a Starfinder player core.
Okay, I haven't been listening because I had to go away and come back. So I'm sorry if it's already been said. I'm also Canadian. And I'm going to say the Donald Trump presidency has gone on too long.
Okay. Now, we want to be very careful not to offend any listeners.
Jesus Christ.
So to balance this out, I'll say I love Donald Trump and everything he's done.
I mean, if we talk shit about him, the show could get canceled. So we have to be careful.
Yeah, you're right.
We are actually owned by Nexstar.
Mother of Monsters, you've put me in it here, man. Just you teed up Jared, and now you're going to get me in trouble. Bruce, I invited you up earlier. I don't know if you're not there. If you want to come up now, you were very classy with waiting. But if not, then maybe we'll get Toby up here, friend of the show, Toby.
Hello.
Hey, Tobes, welcome back.
How are you doing?
Hi, Tolar.
Doing fantastic. You got a quick point here before we get to your answer?
I'll skip to the answer, not too
great. Yeah, please do.
Well, he was just mentioned, but love you, buddy. But Bruce last week he went on a little too long.
Bruce Lee? What did he do?
Bruce last week he went on a little too long. But hopefully,
Bruce went on too long.
What did he do last week?
About?
Is he dead?
Well, okay. Well, clearly, you guys don't hang out in the Glass Cannon Radio Discord too much.
Oh yes.
Oh, the caller from last week.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a caller last week, and it was really funny because he was like, "Okay, well, I don't want to waste too much of your time, so
it was let
me just get right into it."
Oh, poor Bruce.
Let's see. I have a list here.
It was amazing. Bruce had his thoughts all very organized and written down step by step. And it was nearing the end of the show. And he's like, I don't want to take too long. So I wrote everything down exactly. And then he just started going through each point by point. And Jared was like, you just said you didn't want to take too long. Bruce, come on.
Awesome,
we'll give you another chance here, Bruce.
Oh, here's Bruce.
Yeah, we got Bruce.
Hello, children.
There he is. Bruce, you are now a submitted answer for a contest.
Bruce,
that's amazing.
So far, this call's going way better because you started it by calling it. He said, "Hello, children," and I really like that beginning.
That was awesome.
Well, I did it last time, and sadly, I'm just ripping off a chef from South Park. It's been a habit for many years.
Bruce, do you have an answer to the contest question of what went on too long?
Well, me last week.
Yep, there's one.
I'm not gonna.
Classic Bruce call. Bruce, did you call in with no answer?
No, I've. Okay, I'll say Wheel of Time.
He's getting to it.
But I only read
Wheel of
one
Time. Good answer.
Suck. But I know
Wheel of Time. All right.
I know a lot of people who hate that shit. I just thought it was bad Tolkien ripoff. So what wisdom? You had martial arts movies? I got some wisdom for you.
Okay, go ahead. Some quick wisdom on martial arts
Not
movies.
a bad ripoff, a good ripoff.
Okay. Any Tony Jaa film?
Yes.
Is that Ong Bak?
Yes.
Yeah, Ong Bak and a few others.
The Protector / Tom Young-gung.
Oh yeah, the guy's
Ong Bak 2 is a little dicey.
Well, it's a little creepy. It's like a Passion of the Jaw is what I always called it.
That's also kind of when he kind of went to kind of insane for a little while in real life.
Well,
he went insane and walked into a jungle for a while.
He was being pressed by the Thai mafia and a whole bunch of other shit because he was a valuable asset. All right, a couple more wisdoms. If we're
Yeah, go ahead.
Sounds like a good way to keep the show going.
Jared, you ignorant slut.
The show will never be canceled as long as Bruce is on the line.
They can't shut us off.
We're gonna go on forever.
It's like Bruce is doing a filibuster.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm going to repeat that. Jared, you ignorant slut.
Yeah, I want to know.
What is that a quote from?
SNL.
That's,
Jared, you're a comedy guy.
SNL first. That's Jane Curtin. Jane, you ignorant slut, delivered by that asshole who I won't mention him. Anyways, really good other Japanese cinema, Zambato films, which are kind of like wuxia, but far less supernatural elements. But they're all about just dudes killing way too many people in horrible ways. The best, I think, it would be Lone Wolf and Cub. The original 6 films, and they are problematic if you want to share them with friends, because Japanese are perverse little bastards, and I love them.
Okay, Bruce. Bruce,
Okay,
I'm gonna stop you there.
Show's canceled.
I mean, wait, do we have Robert E. Howard on the line? Listen, please. Don't say
I gotta
that a nationality are perverse little bastards.
Bruce didn't disappoint. Didn't disappoint.
Good job, Bruce.
Evil Robotnik? Is this Doc Robotnik?
Yes, it is indeed Evil Robotnik.
Okay, hang on, Joe. I don't like the vibe.
No!
Like pay my taxes and donate to charity.
This is like when the cable access show goes past midnight.
Yeah, this is strange. What is happening?
This is a local hooligan.
I knew it.
Give us an answer for what went on too long.
Let's see. The Walking Dead. Did somebody say that one?
It was mentioned earlier in the show, but they didn't say it for this question.
What was it?
The Walking
Dead.
Oh, The Walking Dead. Yes. Good answer. I thought about making that my answer, but frankly, I didn't see any of the latter parts. I just heard that it stunk.
Wow, I can't believe Gucci called into the show.
I know, it was Gucci. All right, wrapping us up here. Sorry, guys, we just got to keep it moving. Jen with 2 N's.
We got to get
Jen with 2 N's. We got to have Jen with 2 N's.
Jen with 2 N's.
It's been a pleasure, everyone. This, bringing a tear to my eye, being the last. One of the last radio here. It's just, you're killing me. You're killing me.
Is there any parting thoughts you want to give, Jen, on anything we talked about today? Anything you wanted to weigh in on, or do you just want to get on the contest for the Starfinder, John?
I do want to say I am trying to continue a book club. I'm going to do a Naish run book club. So there's a thread in the books channel. I'll link it. So I'm going to be continuing that there so we can have some discussions. So that's been awesome. My favorite part of the radio. So hopefully we can keep that going.
Mine too. That was awesome.
Right.
And I learned so much between the books and the movies and the topics and stuff. It was great. Give us an answer, Jen. Best. What went on too long?
I would say Leroy Jenkins's raid parties discussion.
That is an amazing answer.
Leroy made sure to cut that one off.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
That's got potential winning. That's got winning potential, Jen. That's a Leroy Jenkins raid party discussion. Oh, so good.
Okay, I've crunched the numbers and we need to make sure that
33.3 repeating, of course.
Repeating, of course.
Okay. We might get a few more contest answers in right before the end, but right now we got to get to a little show or a little game we call Beat McD.
Beat McD.
McD, can you join us here? I'm actually confused as to there you are. Okay, great.
Hey Joe.
Buddy.
Can I jump in 2 seconds, Joe, before you get started on this new segment? I got to run, my friend.
Yes,
Eric. I have a meeting.
Erik Mona, thank you so much.
You were here the whole time. Thank you so much. It was awesome, and thanks for all the insight into book collecting. That was so cool. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Just before I leave, I just wanted to mention Paizo's got a big thing up on BackerKit right now, Pathfinder Quest cooperative board game. Please check that out.
Oh, yes.
We do it.
That's
Paizo.
right.
That's a big thing for us, so really appreciate all the support there. And before I leave, I just wanted to pass along to Joe and Jared and McD behind the scenes. Guys, this has been a wonderful show. It was my honor to be a guest a couple of times, and it's been fun to listen to. I will miss it personally, and whatever you guys have coming up, I hope that there's still opportunities for that personal communication with the Naish. I think this has been really great at that, and it's always a pleasure to see all of you and all the people watching on the stream as well. So thank you for letting me be a teeny tiny part of it. And now I got to go do a budget meeting. So it's fun making games, folks. Good luck to everybody, and thanks again for having me on. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Eric.
Bye.
Oh, my God. What a class act.
What a class act. Strong entrance, strong exit. Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Was he here the whole time?
He was here the whole time, the whole show. He did the whole thing. So awesome. Thank you, Eric. You're the man. McD, how you doing, pal?
I'm good, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm excited to get this little contest. Oh my God, did I just boot you? I booted you from Discord. Can you bring yourself back up here?
What?
I'm having weird little clicky situations here. There we go. All right, so for those that don't know, Beat McD is a trivia game where you go head to head with McD for the opportunity. In this case, the opportunity to win a $50 gift card to our merch store. If you can beat McD in post-apocalyptic media trivia. It's going to be 5 questions. It goes super fast. If you want to get in on the contest, you got to ask to speak right now in Discord. Raise your hand right now. If you had your hand already raised, you got to undo it and do it again right now. And we'll pick somebody randomly and just go for it.
The caveat is, guys, do not raise your hand if you do not know anything about post-apocalyptic games, books, TV, movies, okay? Because I think a couple times on Beat McD, we've had people go, I'll give it a shot, and then they didn't know anything about it. So
don't disappoint us.
McD has never lost. This is the final episode of Glass Cannon Radio.
You
realize how mind-blowing it would be if you guys won this time? That would be pretty cool
for you.
Do we get to help, me and Rob? Can you call up?
Yeah, we haven't done this with other guests on before. I mean, you guys are just going to have to you're going to have to
yeah. I'll tell you if you should call me or something.
It might be, I don't know if we have the time, Joe, but it might be interesting to see, well, if Mary Lou or Rob could beat McD after we see if a caller can beat McD. Although that would require you guys going silent, during the other
that would be
people's
interesting,
turns.
actually. This is kind of interesting. Nah, that's all right. Let's wait, let's do it.
We don't need to add a wrinkle.
I just thought of a way that we could do it. If you want, do either of you guys want to participate? You'd have to mute us so that you can't hear it for a little bit. You'd have to take your headphones out or something.
Yeah.
And then when we do thumbs up, you could come back on.
So this would be you quiz somebody, and then we don't hear it, and then we come back, and we're just kind of hanging out.
And then we'll give you those questions. Okay. So one thumbs up, that's going to be Mary Lou. Come back in. Okay. 2 thumbs up, that's going to be Rob. You come back in. Let's see how this goes. But first things first, we're going to do McD and a caller. Let me pick a caller here.
I'm unplugging.
Okay, got it. Let's do Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy. Would you like to step up here and attempt to beat McD? Johnny Boy?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Johnny Boy? Yeah, we got you. How you doing?
Listen to every show. Finally got on the last one. Let's kick McD's ass, man.
All right.
Yeah, I like that attitude.
Good, strong opener.
I live in Texas, so I live in a fucking apocalypse, dude. Let's do it.
All right, sounds good. McD, why don't you go ahead and de-headphone there, and we'll give you I'll give you a point, little finger guns when it's time for you to come up. And Johnny Boy, we're going to start with you. So Jared is going to ask a question. By the time he finishes the first question, I'll start a timer. You'll then have 1 minute to answer 5 questions, and we'll see how many you get right. Then we'll bring on McD and do the same thing with him, and we'll see who gets more answers.
Let's do it.
Fantastic. Jared, whenever you're ready.
All right, and we tell him whether he got it right or wrong after
I'll
after
do
he
a little
answers.
sound effect in Discord. Yep, that should all work.
Okay. Are you ready, Johnny boy?
I was born ready.
All right, here we go. Which movie in the Mad Max franchise features Master Blaster?
Oh, this Thunderdome.
I'll take it. Yep.
Correct. Yeah. Question 2. What is the name of the primary antagonist of Stephen King's apocalyptic novel, The Stand, who also goes by the nicknames The Dark Man and The Walking Dude?
I think he said pass. Go ahead. Next one.
Pass.
Yeah.
Question 3. Which installment of the Fallout video game franchise starts with the player character being shot in the head?
New Vegas?
Correct. Name the post-apocalyptic tabletop role-playing game published by TSR in 1978 where players can play as sentient animals, plants, and androids.
I have no idea. Pass.
Question 5. In The Last of Us video games and television series.
Unfortunately, we ran out of time, but we did get 2. We got 2. That's good.
We got 2.
Excellent. Let's bring in McD. McD, you are
Good job,
up.
Johnny. Good job, Johnny.
Good job there, Johnny. I'm going to put you back into the audience for a minute, but we'll bring you back in a second. McD, put your headphones on there, pal.
Here comes McD.
We'll bring him in. Here he comes. All right, buddy, can you hear us?
Yeah, buddy, I got you.
All right.
All right.
Awesome. We are ready to go. Remember, you can say pass if you'd like to just pass, and then we can come back to it if there's time. Otherwise, let's just rock and roll. Whenever you're ready, Jared.
McD, your competitor got 2 questions correct. My prediction, McD's about to go undefeated, but let's find out. Here we go. You're ready?
I'm ready.
Question 1. Which movie in the Mad Max franchise features Master Blaster?
Beyond Thunderdome.
That is correct.
What is the name of the primary antagonist of Stephen King's novel, The Stand, who also goes by the nicknames The Dark Man and The Walking Dude?
Flag. Randall Flag.
Correct. Which installment of the Fallout video game franchise starts with the player character being shot in the head?
Fallout New Vegas.
Name the post-apocalyptic tabletop role-playing game published by TSR in 1978 where players can play as sentient animals, plants, and androids.
Is that Gamma World?
It is. Question 5. In the Last of Us video games and television series, name the organism that infects humans, causing them to become cannibalistic zombies.
Oh, gosh, like the... What do they call that? The fungus plague.
Time.
I'll accept fungus. I would accept fungus.
Oh, you're accepting it? Okay.
I would accept fungus. The technical name is cordyceps.
Right.
Cordyceps fungus.
But great showing, McD. McD, you remain undefeated. Johnny boy, that was a good showing. And I liked the attitude. That was tough, though. Some of those are tough. Let's get Mary Lou in here. Mary Lou, you're up. Yeah, she's coming. She's coming in. All right.
Lay it on me.
All right. Now,
don't say anything about any other people's responses. Let's just get into it. Let's see how many you can get here, Mary Lou. Here we go. Jared's going to ask the question. I'm going to start the timer. You get 1 minute to answer all 5 questions. And then if you hear a question you want to pass, just say pass. If you don't know, and it'll get you the next question faster.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. Here we go.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Question 1. Which movie in the Mad Max franchise features Master Blaster?
I don't know. Thunderdome.
Correct.
Nice.
What is the name of the primary antagonist of Stephen King's novel, The Stand, who goes by the nicknames The Dark Man and The Walking Dude?
Oh, fucking... that guy. Like the adversary. Fucking... the gunslinger? No, that's the good guy.
Incorrect.
Oh, and that's Dark Tower. Yeah, okay.
Question 3. Which installment of the Fallout video game franchise starts with the player character being shot in the head?
I don't know. Vegas. New Vegas.
Correct. Question 4. Name the post-apocalyptic tabletop role-playing game published by TSR in 1978 where players can play as sentient animals, plants, and androids.
Pass.
Question 5. In The Last of Us...
Time. All right. Mary Lou, you tied with our guest, Johnny Boy. With two correct answers.
So short. Give me the questions at least. Let me see if I can get them and they don't count.
Rob's going to go and you might hear it, and then we'll get to the rest of it.
Mary Lou, it's so funny. I think you answered your two correct answers were like almost accidental.
Yeah, literally.
Rob, come on in. Rob's going to come in and we'll do this one more time. This is just fun.
Yeah.
Let's see if anybody can beat McD. All right, Robert.
All I'm going to say is, Rob, a minute is so fast. Go fast.
Wait, what? Is a time element?
Yeah,
Apparently.
There's a time limit of 1 minute. The clock starts at the end of Jared finishing the first question reading. If you don't know an answer or you want to move on, you can say pass, and he'll just go to the next question. If that
you can also answer before I'm finished with the question. You can just interrupt me and answer.
For 5 questions.
Yep. Here we go.
You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Question 1. Which movie in the Mad Max franchise features Master Blaster?
Beyond Thunderdome.
Correct. What is the name of the primary antagonist of Stephen King's novel, The Stand, who also goes by the nicknames The Dark Man and The Walking Dude?
Oh, fuck. It's real cool sounding. Oh, shit. Pass for now.
Question number 3. Which installment of the Fallout video game franchise?
Flag. Is it Flag?
Correct. Question 3. Which installment of the Fallout video game franchise starts with the player character being shot in the head?
Shit. I haven't played enough of them. The shot in the head is the last 5.
Incorrect.
Fuck.
Question 4. Name the post-apocalyptic tabletop role-playing game published by TSR in 1978 where players can play as sentient animals, plants, and androids.
Gas is a resource.
Incorrect. Question 5. In The Last of Us video games and television series, name the organism that infects humans, causing them to become cannibalistic zombies.
Time.
That's not fair. I would have gotten that one.
That's the fungus thing.
Fungus is a correct answer. Unfortunately, you ran out of time.
I feel like that was you reading the questions
Mary
too
Lou
slowly.
knew the real answer. For extra credit, 10 points awarded to Mary Lou.
Thank ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, McD remains undefeated. He got 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5. Wow. He's unbeatable.
Was that recorded,
the
though?
tabletop the 1978 tabletop role-playing game is called Gamma World. That definitely took McD the longest. He sat on it for a minute. It was like, Gamma World? And it was right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well done.
That was a good pull.
That was a good pull. I'm impressed. Anybody, either of you got Randall Flagg. Well done on that one. And Johnny Boy. Oh, where's Johnny Boy? Did
Randall Flagg's in The Long Walk.
Oh, holy shit. I forgot. I haven't
Does he show
seen
up in the Dark Tower books?
Yes.
Or is that somebody else? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh, there's Johnny Boy. Johnny Boy, come on back up. Come on back up. The last Glass Cannon radio. You hung in there like a champ. What's up, Johnny Boy?
What's up?
Yo, what's going on?
I got an answer. I got an answer for the contest question. It's the easiest one, the one nobody thought of. The COVID-19 pandemic, man. That shit never ended.
That's a good answer. That definitely went on too long. Thank you, Johnny Boy. The COVID-19 pandemic.
But now, thanks to RFK, it's over.
All right, guys. The last calls of Glass Cannon Radio are going to just be some rapid fire answers here before we pick a winner and get on our way. Rodith, you can get in again today and get your answer in. Rodith?
I just got mine taken from me, the COVID-19 one.
Oh, no. What a bummer.
Wow.
Right before.
Sniped at the last second.
Sniped at the last second. Let's get Sir Cordial Cat in here on it. Sir Cordial Cat. Just looking for your answer on what went on too long. Hello? Your mic's not working. Sorry. The Cornelius, get us an answer here. What went on too long?
Hey guys, I'm going with the Fast and Furious franchise.
Fast and Furious franchise.
Interesting.
Hot take.
a few too many, perhaps. Let's bring Verdukai back. Verdukai didn't win the first contest. You're available.
Just said the Fast and the Furious, which was mine.
Oh my
Everybody's
God!
getting to the last second.
It's all falling apart.
We're in a time loop.
Elfbarf, take us home.
The Hobbit trilogy.
The
Hobbit movie trilogy with Martin Freeman. Yeah,
that's actually a really great answer.
That's a good answer. One good short book, 3 long boring movies.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. I like that. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, let's wrap it up and let's still do a little prize giveaway and then send everybody on their way here. Sad times. I'm going to post the answers once again in chat here, and you guys can take a look and. Just laughing. Jared's answer was witch burnings. If you missed that one, Rob.
And, mine was racism.
And Eric, Mary Lou's was
I think
racism.
he came in on that one.
And Eric's was polio. But here we have what went on too long. Here are our answers. Go ahead and look at them here. Rob, Mary Lou, McD, please each pick one that's your winning answer. And then pick one backup. And we'll go around the horn and see if we don't have 3 out of 5 that pick the same winning
Wait,
answer.
where am I looking?
In the Discord chat.
Discord chat.
I just posted the answers.
Okay.
Just want to say again, I love Dr. Billy's starting answer of Dexter. Going on too long twice. That's pretty good. All right, think about it. Some really good answers here. I have my favorite, and I have my backup.
I have my favorite and my backup.
I've got my favorite and my backup.
Okay, we'll start with you, Rob. What's your favorite? Don't mention your backup, just what's your favorite? Favorite answer.
Favorite is Leroy Jenkins' raid party discussion. It's obvious.
Okay, Mary Lou?
Yep.
Favorite is Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins for me, too. It takes it.
Guys, I had a different favorite, but then you reminded me of that one, and I have to agree it's the best one.
McD?
It's a sweep.
It's a sweep! 5 out of 5 sweep for Leroy Jenkins. Jen with 2 ends. Oh, it's amazing that Jen with 2 ends won the last contest question. We're going to get you a Starfinder 2E player core. We're going to get you Murder in Metal City Deluxe Adventure box set adventure. So cool, so fun. So cool, so fun. And now we say goodbye. We're gonna get out of here and say a thank you to all of you, everybody here listening right now, everybody listening, watching on Twitch, everybody listening to your podcasts at home. You've been with us a long way here. If you're listening right now, then you've probably been listening to just about all of them. And we just want to say a little goodbye. So parting words, Jared, what do you have to say on the way out?
My parting words, I want to thank McD.
Yes, that was on my list too.
Yeah.
McD! There's a lot that goes into producing this show, and McD was with us from the jump on the concept of the show and how to make it look and feel, and you did a spectacular job, McD. It's a lot of work every Wednesday, so thank you.
The third host of the show.
Thanks, you.
I want to thank our incredible guests who showed up all the time.
Yes.
Who hopped on and sometimes co-hosted with me, Mary Lou.
Mary Lou, you're the best.
Those were way better episodes for me.
Sure.
I felt way more I want to thank my good buddy Joe O'Brien, whom I always want to have these discussions with. Just about anything. So I've just loved having these discussions with you, Joe. And thank you, Naish. You know, I tease because I love. You guys have been wonderful. And thanks for bringing the discussion every week. And, thanks, someday we'll find another time to talk to each other.
Yeah. I think that's what, as I sign off here, I want to think about where this came from, where this show started, and it's just around this idea that we had a lot of shows where we talk at you, and I did a lot of live shows where I met a lot of great people in person, and I thought, what's the one show that I feel like is missing here? It's the one where that experience that I get to have at live shows, at the meet and greets, is shared with everybody and among everybody, because those conversations were some of the most fun that I had, especially when we were talking about Glass Cannon Network content and stuff. But the idea of this was, hey, look, we love tabletop role-playing games, but it's not the only thing we love. We love so many different things. We all kind of have that in common. And this, I felt, was a chance for the Naish to be heard and not just be, a number or a statistic or, and this is very important to me, text in a Discord chat room or on a subreddit, which I despise. And what I despise is text communication. Anybody can tell you I'm a horrible texter on phones. I don't respond. I don't read. I don't like. You know what I like them for? I'm running 5 minutes late. I'll be right there. Like, that's what I like them for. Any meaningful communication needs to happen talking to each other. And that's what this show was for me. It was a chance to hear your opinions and your thoughts and your side of things through your voice so that we together can hear tone and meaning and connect in a way that we were not able to before. And I'm sad that it's going the way it's going. I totally understand why it's going the way it's going, because in the world that we live in, making a show that crushes it's like I want to be a professional baseball player. Sure, it's just as difficult. Like, making a show that cuts through is really hard. And I believe that with McDermott's work and Jared's work on this, I also want to thank CJ, who mixed every episode. Yes. I want to thank Michael, who was post-production supervisor on every show, Michael Meridian, who oversaw all the scheduling and all the putting it up on YouTube and making sure it got to your podcast feeds. Every person on the project was so important. I want to thank all of you for helping us to create what is objectively a great show. This is a great show. It just didn't get to enough people's ears. That happens, and it's okay. We're going to move on to the next thing, and I'm sure that we're going to come up with more great stuff and more wonderful ways to interact with all of you, to talk to you, and keep building this community that has grown up around us playing tabletop RPGs. It's a strong and beautiful and awesome community that we're going to drive into the next thing, whatever that is. So thank you all for tuning in week in and week out with us for the last 35 weeks. We love you, and we will see you on down the road. Bye. Everybody.
Bye-bye. Much love.
Much love.
Fairly well.
I was too busy talking. I didn't get the tech ready for the end of the show. You see?
Oh.
Going out like we
Wait,
came in.
Wait, are we still
everybody.
on the air? Because I didn't mean any of that.
You were just about to start talking about how much
so
you hated all the callers.
So glad to be through with this thing.
Oh, brother.
Bye, everybody. You're the best.